The views expressed on Talk Real Solutions, hosted by Tyrone Thompson at TalkRealSolutions.com, are the views of Tyrone Thompson and do not reflect the views of TalkRealSolutions.com, YouTube, or etc. The content here belongs to Talk Real Solutions and its many contributors. Views and opinions expressed by all contributors belong to them and not TalkRealSolutions.com or Tyrone Thompson, the host, or etc. All data and information provided on the site is for informational purposes only. Talk Real Solutions makes no representations as to accuracy, completeness, correctness, suitability, or validity of any information on this site and will not be liable for any errors, omissions, or delays in this information or any losses, injuries, or damages arising from its display or use. All information is provided on an as-is basis. Display.
All right. Welcome to the show. This is Talk Real Solutions. And I am your host tonight, Tyrone Thompson. I want to thank you for tuning in. Today is March the 16th, 2023. And I want to invite you to go to TalkRealSolution.com. And there you will find the 3-point plan to Black empowerment and financial freedom. It has 3 points. The first point is to get together with like-minded people. The next point is to stop all unnecessary spending and save your money. The third point is, as a unit, invest or save your money in a verified and trusted institution. A great goal will be for you to open a Black-owned business. And right above the 3-point plan, you have a link to African American-owned banks and African American-owned credit unions. We could all start moving our money to these institutions to start practicing group economics today. And check out the rest of the links and articles on the website. That's where we'll be getting our news stories from tonight. You can follow along on the website, or you can follow along on YouTube. And if you want to call into the show, I'll give you the number. And that number is, what is the number? 717-908-1834. And the access code is 917324. All right, guys, welcome back. I guess y'all say that Talk Real Solutions ain't on the air that much. And it ain't. And it's a crazy story why I was down this time, because I got another strike. I'm not understanding that whatsoever, but I thought I pulled away from all the BS. I was trying to put up little trending videos and all that kind of stuff, and still I got a strike. I don't get it. But it is what it is. But it's frustrating. It is frustrating to get struck for not even, I don't think, posting controversial material. I tried to, like I said, find some trending stuff, put it up. I think a video that got struck was a video of a Uber driver getting in a cuff to cuff with a customer. And, at this point, I'm like, what's the use? I ain't getting paid from this stuff, and it ain't doing it but wasting my time. And what's the use? Sometimes you just want to throw up your hands. But as you can see, I didn't. And I'm back, and I'm in the saddle. And what's up, Antoinette? I'm in the saddle, and we're gonna talk about some things. Y'all know how I do. I touch on everything from religion to politics to whatever's trending on social media. And I give you my opinion. Of course, I am not the subject matter expert on anything I talk about, but I do have opinions. And that's where the problem lies, is a lot of people, for some reason, I don't know, they don't think Tyrone should have an opinion. Probably because I'm right most of the time. That's why they be hating me. But I'll give you my opinion on whatever's going on, and you can either take it or leave it. I just come on here to waste time and and share a platform with people that can call in and voice their opinion. I used to get into this back and forth where I'm arguing you, trying to argue you down, trying to make sure that my voice is heard and over yours, and I don't do that no more. If you want to sound stupid in public, I'll let you sound stupid in public. But being that you're sounding stupid, you've got to be able to take whatever feedback you get. A lot of guys call in here and they just say the craziest stuff, and nobody is pushing back. And it seems to go beyond Talk Real Solutions, because in America, that's the mindset of most Americans right now. Well, half of America, they're ape shit crazy. And I don't know how we got to this point, but we here. We are here. We are at a point in this country to where people just saying the most outrageous, crazy stuff, and they're allowed to get away with it. They're allowed to continue to collect paychecks. They're allowed to continue to be noticed and have seniority and positions of power and all this kind of stuff. And that's just the time that we live in now. It's crazy how I watched the devolution, the de-evolution of American society, and it's going backwards, especially when it comes to racism and white supremacy. And the conduit for that is politics. So they found this little vessel, this conduit, if you will, and they're using that to push all this hate speech, to push all of this anti-black, anti-marginalized groups. They're using this platform to actually, push this BS. And because they're using politics, people think that it's legitimate, and that's where everything. I mean, white supremacy. I'm not even gonna downplay how powerful it is, because I've got to be honest. Using that method to push racist propaganda, using the method of politics, that's a smart move. It is, and I can't take away how powerful and cunning these people are, if you will, because they use methods that people think is wrong, but they know that they can justify it because they're using this political conduit. It's their. I bet y'all saying, what the hell Tyrone talking about? All right, let's take critical race theory, for example, right? Any person that just does a little bit of research, you'll find out that critical race theory is not what these KKK members are saying that it is. Not at all. Somehow or another, it's evolved into, and this is what I'm getting, because they never give you the definition. It's evolved into protecting the feelings of white people and not making them feel bad about their skin color. That's just sums it up, how they're pushing this idea of critical race theory. And we went over it on the show about what it is and what the definition of it is and all that kind of stuff. And it has nothing to do with any of what they're saying it is. Nothing to do with it. And we went over that it's not even taught in schools, right? It's taught in academia, college level courses, and I'm gonna just pull it up so I won't get it wrong. I'm just gonna Google it and give you the short meaning of it. Let me see if I can get it on the screen. because y'all know me with my interpretation of things. People hear me interpreting that is not what it means. You got to say it word for word. So this is what the Google machine said it is. What is critical race theory? Critical race theory, or CRT, is an academic legal framework that denotes systemic racism is part of American society. From education to and housing to unemployment and healthcare. Critical race theory recognizes that racism is more than the result of an individual bias or prejudice. And every word of that is true. Now, nowhere in here do you see that critical race theory is to make white people feel guilty. I don't see that in this definition. We can click on the Wikipedia and see what it says. Critical race theory is a cross-disciplinary examination by social and civil rights scholars and activists of how laws, social and political movements, and media are shaped by social conceptions, race, and ethnicity. The goals include challenging the mainstream and alternative views of racism and racial justice, including conservative, liberal, progressive, and the word critical in the name is an academic reference to the critical thinking and critical theory and scholarly criticism rather than criticizing or blaming people. They explain it in the meaning of what this critical race theory is. And the point that I'm making is people have used the political conduit to mold the meaning of critical race theory to be anti-white, to they saying that it's people pushing white guilt. They saying that children are being taught this in school, and they've actually started creating laws against this made up thing, this made up thing called critical race theory that don't exist. They're not making up laws against what's on your screen. They're not making up laws against what really critical race. They're making up laws against some made up depiction of critical race theory. And that's why I say that whenever they're using politics as their conduit to push racism, they're masterful at it, because a lot of people have subscribed to the idea of what they describe as critical race theory. They don't even give a shit about what the real meaning of is, because they just steady beating that drum beat of what critical race theory is. And it's all over the news. It's into politics. It's Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders out there, and Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump and every mainstream Republican. It's all on Fox News that critical race theory is this thing. You know, it's what they say it is. And then they're arguing against what they made up. That is critical race theory. And what that does is that allows them a way to say whatever a black agenda is, whatever black progression is, whatever black people say about history, whatever black people say about anything, even though it's a historical fact, it makes me feel bad inside. So we got to come up with a way to counter that. Even if you're telling the truth. Even if you're telling the truth about history, they try to find a way to cancel that narrative. And that can be proven in the way that they're taking books out of school, just lying all over the media about what critical race theory is. And that's part of a white agenda that has always existed in this country, that is in place to silence the black narrative. And that's been since day one. This is just a 2023 version of what's already been going on in that country. And whenever we start saying this is wrong and this is historically wrong, and historically I can prove how you act in this society has oppressed another group of people, if we articulate that, then somehow or another they got to stop that. They got to say, well, you can't say that. That's weird to me, because now you're living in a society to where they're dictating how people think. That's what this is. They're trying to have this authoritarian, I don't know what the hell to call it, way of governing, to where the power is, when it comes to the narrative, the power is centralized in how to look at race. So you don't okay, so these people, they're all for the First Amendment and freedom of speech and freedom and all that kind of freedom, right? So freedom to think is not really in the Constitution. So they manipulating the way people are allowed to think, right? And they're doing it because they feel bad. That's the only reason that I can see that they're doing it, because they feel bad. They want to not have a society that has been oppressed, not be oppressed. Well, no, has a society that be oppressed, pretend like they have not been oppressed, pretend like slavery didn't exist, pretend like Jim Crow didn't exist, pretend like the black laws didn't exist, pretend like there wasn't a civil rights fucking movement, pretend like these police don't get out here and beat black people, unarmed black people to death and shoot them and murder them in my streets every day. We can't call that systemic racism. We can't call the fact that you can't borrow money the same way white Americans, we can't call that systemic racism. We can't call the fact that you get paid less than white America. We can't call that systemic racism. We can't call that you get worse medical care. We can't call that systemic racism. We can't call anything systemic racism and educate society on this wrongdoing in such a way it can be corrected, because they'll say you're talking about CRT and CRT is the enemy. So see, I want y'all to see how they come up with a narrative, and then they put everything up under that umbrella, especially pertaining to a black narrative, and then they demonize you for going out there saying what is real. And that lady that was on MSNBC is a perfect example. Tiffany Cross, when she got relieved, fired, or kicked off of MSNBC, that lady wasn't saying anything but the truth about racism, white supremacy, the racists in the political party. She was just telling the truth. And she was telling it so true, sometimes it hurt me, because I'm like, wow, we really live in this damn country where these people are doing this, and they're blatantly doing it, and she was saying it on national TV. So it kind of shook me to the core and kind of made me feel some type of way, saying, this country need to get right. It didn't make me want to go in the street and burn down no buildings or nothing, but as an American, I don't want to live in a country where people are allowed to just walk around and express their biases and racism with no accountability. And you got a perfect example of that when it comes to the governor in Florida. Whenever he got rid of that class out of school because it taught black history. You got a perfect example whenever it comes to these police killings, this genocide that's going on the streets of America today. And whenever those police stand behind qualified immunity. There's example after example of how these people want to silence black people. What qualified immunity does to police officers whenever they're wrong and they killing and murdering and abusing black people on the street, what qualified immunity does is it takes the narrative away from that victim because the police had the right to do what he did. Now you can't tell your narrative because according to qualified immunity, that police had every right to damn do what he had to do. So you ain't got nothing to say. So it silences that black narrative. Whenever people say, okay, this cop pulled me over for a traffic citation. And next thing you know, he had his baton out, his guns pointed at me. He was beating me on the ground. I was handcuffed. I was drugged through the grass. And the police, all he got to say is that there was reasonable suspicion when I pulled this car over and I turned into a K9 and I smelled marijuana in the car. And that gave me reasonable suspicion. They were shuffling around in the car. You know, that gives that cop qualified immunity. Once he say reasonable suspicion or whatever they say to justify whatever they're doing, now you can't tell your narrative. No, I was a black driver and I was following the law, and this police officer seen that I was a black driver and he pulled me over. Instead of giving me a traffic citation, he wanted to take out his anger on me because of my skin color. That narrative is gone now because of qualified immunity, you know? And instead of holding that police officer accountable for being biased or racist or whatever his motivation was, he's protected. So he can go out and stalk down another victim. You know, it's crazy. And that's why I say they're good at creating this narrative where it silences black people. And CRT is just one method of doing that. They've got so many methods and tactics that they use that it silences us. Now it's so bad, right? That if you even look at a platform like Talk Real Solutions, right? Some of my own people have been programmed so bad to hate black people that they come over here and they hear me speaking the way that I speak, and others that call in speak the way they speak. That bothers them, and they want to pick up the phone and say no. When it comes to the conversation of reparations, you hear that's a perfect example. When it comes to the conversation of reparations, you're not hearing white people call in here and tell us that we don't deserve reparations. For years, I heard black people call in here and tell me, well, no, Master said you can't get reparations. So this is what that's how good they are with programming society with this bullshit narrative that systemic racism don't exist, that white supremacy don't exist. And if you say anything about it, you're wrong. So we're going to call that CRT, and we're going to teach some black people to argue against CRT. And we're going to teach black people to go against black people that say the shit that we don't agree with. That's what you hear right here on this small little fucking YouTube platform that gets flagged for no damn reason. I don't know why people flagging me, but that gets flagged for no reason. I ain't got no listeners. I ain't got nobody over here, but I know what I do try to do, which is promote a positive black message. I try to promote a message that try to raise awareness about the oppression in this country when it comes to racism and white supremacy, right? I do that. You know, if you look at my website, that's all you see is news about society that influences us. You know, that could be stories about Africa, or it could be stories about police brutality. It could be stories about how racist politicians do what they do, or it could be different types of stories on the website. I mean, if you just go there, it ain't got nothing to do with whatever other bullshit gossipy news that is going on. It's got something to do about racism and white supremacy and systemic racism in this country. You can look at the stories. I'm scrolling through the stories now. You can see that basically that's what it is. There's some politics, but a lot of it is trying to just tell my story or let us tell our story in a way to let people know that we are aware of society treating us wrong. These news stories, this historical evidence is proven because now you got documented events to where a black person got shot unarmed. You got documented evidence where a black person got kicked out of a hotel, or you got documented these news stories. Just that's all they are on the website. And the point that I'm saying about that is that's what this platform been since I got off of that religious kick. It's just white supremacy and racism, basically in politics, and why it is important that we participate in politics. Just that's it. So why in the hell is that threatening? Why is that message threatening? Why are those things so threatening that somebody would come over here and strike the channel? I have no idea. I don't know who it is. I don't know what's pissing people off. I don't know what type of man would sit around and just come around to a small channel like mine and say, okay, you know what? Strike. I'm going to strike him. You know, what the fuck is that about? I don't get it. It's got to be some sorry ass people just to do that. And I know I only got about 4 or 5 people in the thing, but I'll share with y'all the screenshot again. You can see right here on March the 7th, about 10 days ago, 11 days ago, I got a strike. Right there. Nah, I got rid of all my strikes from the COVID talk with ABC and all that kind of stuff. And I was happy. But on the 7th of March, I won't putting up nothing to deal with COVID. I won't putting up nothing to do with anything crazy. I was just putting up trending videos that I thought was trending, you know. And the video that got struck was a video of an Uber driver, like I said, having a conflict with her customer, and they got in a fisticuff, and that was it. That's the video that got struck. Now, the funny thing to me is, and I didn't even argue it because I don't have no time to argue it. I didn't argue it because, the funny thing to me is that the video that I put up, I got from YouTube. I got it off of YouTube and I put it on YouTube. Now I'm thinking, what the fuck? This has got to be some angry individual that, I don't know, has something, a wire loose in their brain, because I get the COVID stuff, but I don't get just me putting up a trending video that I got from YouTube. And how can you strike that? That don't make no sense to me. So like I said, we got some people in our own community that will feel some type of way. And I don't know, because this is a black platform, because that's mainly what I got up. Like I put up a video of, here's the videos here. I put up a video of Jeffrey Epstein. This is what I started posting lately. Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump together. I put up a video of Ann Coulter calling Nikki Haley out of her name, saying that, they worship rats over there. The Michigan State trooper, when they pulled this guy over and just beat him up for no reason. He was just walking to the store. I put that up. I put up the video of the protesters in Atlanta going to that police academy that they're supposed to be building and protesting. I put that up. And then I put up that video of the Uber driver getting in a conflict with her customer. And for some reason, that video got struck down. Now, that's some petty ass shit. Whoever you are, you're a piece of shit. you just a piece of shit. I don't know what that's about. And I ain't even really got no listeners or nothing like that, but it is what it is. All right. So look, guys, they're talking about now, I don't know, this thing with Ciara. Now, for some reason, I don't know what's wrong with black men on social media. I'm just gonna put it like that. But here's Ciara. Now I don't know if they got images of that dress. I'm gonna click over here and see. Yeah, they do. So I'm gonna click off of that because I don't want no problems. So that Ciara wore a dress to the some red carpet event, and it was see through, and people are raising all kinds of hell about this woman wearing this dress. Now, okay, she wanted to show whatever she wanted to show with this dress. And she chose that event to show whatever she wanted to show in that dress. And black men are on social media saying she's trashy and you know, this ain't a real woman and all kinds of stuff. I'm like, what in the world is wrong? Why do these guys get triggered like this? You know? Why do these guys get triggered so bad that when somebody that they don't even know finds, well, not just I'm gonna be specific, a black woman that they don't even know does something that they don't agree with, they've got to run to the microphone. They've got to go out here and well, I can show y'all this picture here. That ain't revealing. But this dress right here, if she turns around, well, she got on a thong, look like, but if she turns around, ain't nothing else there, and her booty cheeks is hanging out and all that kind of stuff, right? But they see this picture of this woman here, they get triggered. Like, the way they talk is like she's representing every black woman in America. She's representing every black. Oh, I ain't got the picture. Let me put the picture up. Oh yeah, I do. Okay, the way they talking is like she representing every black woman in America, and this is what black women do. She ain't showing no respect for her man, and this is why people don't respect black women, and all of this. This is what I'm seeing on my feed now. Badass Negroes that this woman that they don't know wore this dress to this event, and now all of a sudden, this is a representation of black women. I don't get it. You know, even like y'all know I give Lizzo hell for going to that basketball game with her cheeks out. But I'm talking about Lizzo and her doing that, and I'm not saying that she's a representation of black women. I'm saying that she's a representation of Lizzo. You know, I didn't agree with it. Just like I probably wouldn't go out with Ciara with this dress on, or anybody with a dress on like this. But that's just my opinion, and I'll keep it to myself. I'm not gonna run to the microphone and say, "Look at how trashy black women are." I'm not gonna run to the microphone and say, "This is why y'all can't get a husband." Or this is how black women disrespect black men. No, whoever disrespecting you is disrespecting you because of who the fuck you are. If you getting disrespected as a man, you causing that on your damn self. And the reason that you causing on yourself, because you stand around that person that disrespecting you. If you want to stand up there and get disrespected and then run to the damn microphone and say, "Look at how she treating me. Look, you sound like a little he bitch." That's what the hell you sound like. Go to the next person. Leave that person alone because obviously you don't agree with her. You don't agree with what Ciara wear. You don't agree with these women twerking on social media. You don't agree with none of these people, these black women that get on social media half naked and do whatever they do. You don't agree with them. So why are you looking at them? Why does that trigger you? That doesn't represent our community. if this is the only type of person that you know that walk around naked, you need to check your damn company. You need to check who you hanging around. You can't find anybody that's respectable enough for you to compliment. You got to go out and find these people that you disagree with and say, look, here's an example. Why? That is stupid. Leave this woman alone. Maybe she was hot. You know, shit. Her dress got a lot of holes in it. Maybe it was hot in that building and she wanted some air down there or something. I don't know. But she wanted to wear the dress. So let her wear the goddamn dress. But that's that. These damn he bitches on social media, they get on my nerves every time they do that. Every time you turn around, you got some man on social media talking about what black women do and what black women don't do. And now it's Sierra that's trending with this dress, and it's just aggravating. It's just sad, to be honest with you. This is why I say what I say about black men when I get on my little thing, because on social media it's just sad. I don't get it. That whole Kevin Samuels environment, that whole high dollar, that whole shit, that's just some shit that was trending and motherfuckers just fell for some damn snake oil bullshit with this guy. And now they're trying to replace him with this nonsense. Listen, we're black men. And if you want to lead your community, if you want to represent someone that is respectable, you probably shouldn't be swinging down. And when I say swing down, that's not a knock to black women. I'm saying you probably shouldn't be swinging down if you want to call names or point somebody out. What you should probably be doing is talking about this system that keeps us oppressed, that keeps us locked up in the prison system, that don't allow our community to progress legally. You know, if you want to represent yourself, you probably need to address the problems that address the entire community instead of these subsets and little social media things and all this kind of stuff. I mean, you can do that, but going viral, disrespecting your own community is just not something that I would do. All right, so we got that out the way. And guys, if y'all want to call in, you can call into the number at 1-77908-1834. As y'all can see, I don't have a lot to talk about tonight because I'm kind of perturbed from being flagged, and it just sucks to have to come on here and after all this time and just wait for the flag to go away, wait for me to have access to the YouTube channel again. But I really ain't talking about nothing. If y'all want to call in, you can. What's going on in politics, y'all know that the racist Ku Klux Klan member has taken over the House of Representatives, and they're wasting their time. They're wasting our tax monies in the House of Representatives. Marjorie Taylor Greene is the biggest idiot that has ever got elected to office. And I just kind of pulled away from these people because I can't. It's too much. It's like I don't know. It's just one of these things to where I'm like, okay, well, there's no use to even getting upset about this stuff no more. It really isn't, because these people are just stupid. The whole group that this cult-like mentality, they're just dumb. And the reason I'm so, because I mean, I still got TJ in the chat room trying to talk to me about politics, and I'm like, dumb nigga, shut up. You're dumb. You know, and they don't get it. They don't get it. They just don't get it. They don't get the importance of participating in politics. They just don't get it. They don't get, because of politics and that Constitution is why this country is where it is today, right? And without us injecting ourselves into that system, without us participating, the freedoms that they enjoy today, they would not enjoy without taking a strong political stance and fighting for equality and justice. That's historically what happened, and why you can get on YouTube, or why you can drive to work, or why you can go to, have a job, why you can have a house. It's not fair, right? But because of our ancestors fighting for the access that we do have, that was through politics. And if you want to have a better life, you're going to have to do what our ancestors did, get involved in politics, and shape the politics the way you want it. That's just the bottom line. And people don't, the black people that I talk to don't get that. They don't get it. It's just as simple. They get into these narratives about, well, what about Black Lives Matter? Or what about defunding the police? Or what about, the Bilderbergs and these secret societies? Well, what about, what's his name? The Jewish man, George Soros. What about, that ain't got shit to do with your decision at the ballot box. It ain't got a damn thing to do with it. Because if you want to talk about these big elites running the government, you had exactly that with Donald Trump. And you didn't give a fuck. You didn't give a fuck that Jared Kushner and that other guy got billions of dollars from the Saudis. You didn't give a fuck. There's news now. Listen, I watched this channel called, what is these people called? Midas Touch. And this dude just did a video today. Hold on, let me see if I can. This dude did a video today, and here's the headlines. Usually they're on point, so I'll just show you the headlines. And this is from Forbes, The Salon, The Guardian, of different media companies is reporting on today how Donald Trump, the person that you admire, got $8 million from Russia to run his Truth Social platform. They're under investigation now because Trump got $8 million from Russia to run his social media platform. So what I'm saying to you, if you're serious about politics, you're serious about being against tyranny, you're serious about freedom, you're following definitely the wrong group of people, because these people ain't gonna do nothing but take your damn freedom. They're not gonna do nothing but dictate what the fuck you do day to day. That's all they're gonna do. And you can see all the legal trouble that Donald Trump is in. Y'all don't give a shit about law and order, because this guy done broke every damn law in the damn country. You don't give a shit about the working class people, because he's the one running a grift on working class people. You don't care about that. You don't care about him lying and sending out spam emails begging for donations from people that is barely making ends meet, and they're funding this guy to do whatever. You don't care. You don't care about the coronavirus shutdowns because Donald Trump is the one that shut it down. You don't care about the mask because Donald Trump is the one that said wear a mask. You always try to switch these narratives. You don't care about unemployment because, Donald Trump did get unemployment down, but when Joe Biden got unemployment down, we didn't hear your goddamn mouth. You don't care about gas prices because when Joe Biden got gas prices down, you didn't hear your damn mouth. So you are so caught up in this propaganda that you think when this stuff is getting said over the airways, over the media, and it's coming out of your damn mouth, this propaganda, that people don't realize how stupid you are. How you don't realize you're getting played. How you don't realize that you're in a cult-like mindset and you sound stupid by pushing these narratives about CRT. You sound stupid by pushing these narratives against Black Lives Matter. You sound stupid about all of that shit that is speaking against your own goddamn people that's coming from the right wing of America. And furthermore, I don't have the reports. Maybe I can pull it up. Furthermore, because you listen to Fox News, because you listen to Fox News and you come over here and repeat everything that Fox News put out. I'm trying to find it as I go. This headline here from Fox News, a producer at Fox News that produced Tucker Carlson's show, says that a former producer of Tucker Carlson's show feared telling the truth would insult his dumb audience. Because you listen to Fox, they know you dumb. The entire time they lying to you, they know they're not telling you the truth. And this is a CNN business article, but let me see if I can go through it. It said, in the course of the $1.6 billion defamation lawsuit filed by Dominion Voting System against Fox News, legal documents reveal new text messages between Fox News executives and Tucker Carlson's former producers have come to light, revealing how they corresponded about Donald Trump's election lies. Where's the damn article at? What I got to do? Sign up for CNN? Okay, well, that's all there is to the article. But the reason that I pointed that out is because that's what was trending a couple of days ago when this producer came out and said, we don't want to tell them the truth because we know they dumb. Let me see if this got any more. They just copied CNN headline. What kind of shit is that? Well, here's Salon. Let me give you Salon. It's the same article. Like it says, like negotiating with terrorists. Ex-Fox News producer worried about accurate reporting may insult the audience. Okay, it says in a new text message revealed by Dominion Voting System, $1.6 billion defamation lawsuit for Fox News showed a former Tucker Carlson computer trashed the network's audience. Newly revealed text messages show that Alex Pfeiffer, a former producer of Tucker Carlson's Tonight Show, was uneasy about covering false election conspiracy theories purported the disgraced pro-Trump attorney purported by Sidney Powell. Powell claimed to have an affidavit showing a large number of votes had been covertly flipped at Dominion at the direction of the former Venezuelan president Hugo Chavez, who died years earlier. Powell also said that the voting software company had ties to the Clinton Foundation and Soros, and claims which was also found untrue. The Washington Post reported that the Fox News executive Former Trump aide Raja Shah said he tried to play both sides when it came to covering Powell's lies. When the former New York mayor, Rudy Giuliani, along with Powell, endorsed the false election claims during the press conference in November 19, 2020, Carson expressed doubts. She never sent us any evidence, despite a lot of polite requests. When we kept pressing, she got angry and told us to stop contacting her. Carson said on his show on the November 17th text showed that. Now, what they're saying is even though Sidney Powell was on their show saying these things and they asked her to produce evidence, Sidney Powell knew she was lying. She got mad because they kept asking her to do it. And then Shad responded, Powell is outlandish claims by rallying Trump administration to reject her allegations, writing in an email after the criticism on social media. Tucker Carlson segment questions the attorney of Sidney Powell's outlandish voter fraud claims, and a consultant. I coordinated an effort to generate Trump's administration pushback against the claims. We encouraged several sources within the administration to tell the reporters that Powell offered no evidence for her claim and didn't speak for the president. He added. Shortly thereafter, on November the 22nd, Trump campaign released a statement via Giuliani and the campaign attorney Gina Ellis saying that Powell was practicing law on her own and not a member of the Trump team. Get to the good goddamn part. Okay, so here's a text message from Trump from Carson's producers. Let's see if this shows this. Okay, this is a text message from the Carson producer. The affidavit is the same one she mentioned in the presser and not proof of anything. And ditto for the data analysis. Gotcha. Who is he talking to? That name ain't up there. Gotcha. Might want to address this, but this stuff is fucking insane. Voter rigging to the tune of millions. Come on. Now, this is Tucker Carlson producers talking to each other while they're doing the show. They're saying these voter claims are bullshit, and they know they producing shows that is bullshit. Okay, so Pfeiffer says, is it even worth addressing again tonight? It is so insane, but our viewers believe it, so addressing it again, how her stupid Venezuelan affidavit isn't proof, might be an insult to them. So here he's trying to say, okay, well, we're going to say, if he said again, we want to have faith in our audience, but if we keep saying this crazy stuff, I think that's insulting the audience. And then the other senator said, I'm not sure. I think it's going to be messy until this stuff gets laughed out of court. Hopefully that's soon, says the Carlson producer. Only issue is December the 14th feels a long way away. And Pfeiffer says, one funny thing, Dominion used the Ohio, Florida, Trump won them. Did they forget to rig them? Did they forget to rig those also? Just going to say that they had a super brief convo with Tucker Carlson in which he didn't really want to respond. Not a bad resolution. Thoughts? The whole thing is surreal. Like negotiating with terrorists, but especially dumb ones, cousin fucking types, not so salty. See, they're saying, trying to do a truthful news show as a producer to the type of audience that they have is like negotiating with terrorists because their audience wants to hear the bullshit, but they know that they got to, as producers of a news show, that they're trying to struggle to actually give people accurate information. And my point with saying all of this stuff is, if you guys aren't paying attention to the Dominion lawsuit and the little drips that are coming out of that thing, talking to ABC and Sarge now is just, it's stupid. If they're not, these people are in court They're raising a right hand to tell the truth up under penalty of perjury in a court of law about what happened. And they're exposing that they're lying to their gullible audience because their gullible audience wants to hear lies. That's not news, guys. That's not news. That's tabloid. That's propaganda. That's what Fox is. I've been saying this the entire time. So when that dumbass call in here I'm gonna do a show. I'm gonna do a show and I'm gonna play Tucker Carlson. He's playing Tucker Carlson like he's legitimate. Like he's giving you some damn news. No, you stupid fucker. Every time Tucker Carlson open his goddamn mouth, he's telling a fucking lie. And he know it. Because put up on a damn oath, swearing into a damn legal hearing, he's telling the truth. And it's coming out with these depositions that they're up under, right? So all of these years arguing against Fox News was a waste of time. All of these years arguing against Rush Limbaugh and Sean Hannity, waste of time. Because they know they lying to a bunch of fucking fools. They lying to a bunch of people that are so fucking triggered that they want their narrative to be told no matter if it's a lie or not. They just want their narrative to be told. It don't matter what they say. And this is what I basically been trying to say. Hey, guys, let's have a real conversation about this situation. And let's talk about the politics of it, removing the lies. They can't do that. So that goes to your whole conspiracy about COVID. That goes to your whole conspiracy about Dr. Fauci. That goes to your conspiracies about Soros. It goes to your conspiracies about Black Lives Matter. It goes to your conspiracies about everything that Fox News promotes on that channel. It goes to your conspiracies about the Democrat Party, about them eating babies, about all of that dumb shit that Fox News promotes is a fucking lie. Because the reason I say everything, because every time they open their mouth in this deposition, they're telling the truth. Behind closed doors, under penalty of perjury. But whenever they get on the show at night, just like dumbass Tucker Carlson just did this January 6th expose to where he chopped out the clips of people walking in the Capitol and said, this is really what happened. Or what about them broken windows, motherfucker? What about all that damn mace? What about all them police officers getting beat with flags? You ain't gonna play that clip? You just gonna play the clip where they walking through the damn Capitol. One dude picking up a podium. Is that all you gonna show about January the 6th? We see. I mean, the images of January 6th is out there to where they're actually committing violence. They're actually committing violence. I mean, all you can do is Google the shit. I mean, does that look peaceful? That's not peaceful. These are your political party climbing all over the goddamn Capitol, fighting with police, knocking down barricades. Where's the peaceful walking at? Climbing through windows. Look at that. I mean, get the fuck out of here. But still, they want to promote this guy, Tucker Carlson, as having a legitimate show and giving out correct information when he is blatantly, to me, whenever he did that January the 6th show, I said Tucker Carlson know exactly what the fuck he doing. He know exactly what he's doing because there's no limit now. If he can get away with this January the 6th narrative, then he can tell these motherfuckers anything. And he can. He was already there at the point where he can tell them anything, right? But now that he knows if he can tell a blatant lie, he could get on the show and create this false narrative. He could tell these motherfuckers any damn thing, and they will follow it. He's not going to get fired like Tiffany Cross did. He's not going to get penalized for being racist. So I mean, the damn gloves is off with that guy. He could say any damn thing. He could promote Russian propaganda. He can do whatever he want to do and not get penalized for it. And that was a test for Tucker Carlson to see how much can he push the bar in lying to these stupid ass motherfuckers like ABC and Sarge. And he's obviously getting away with it. Of course, there's people calling him out. You know, I'm calling him out because we know it was a lie. We seen the whole thing live. We seen all of this shit live. We seen all these police get bruised. We seen these people going in there stopping the process of our democracy and electing our president. We seen it. They had to pause that process. And then they even came on the floor afterwards condemning those actions, right? Even Kevin McCarthy and Lindsey Graham and other Republicans came out and they condemned it that day. So we see that's in the history books. So now after that had happened, you're gonna try to say play this fucking 3-card Molly or this shell game and say that you ain't really see what you saw. We saw peaceful protesters. Get the fuck out of here. The only people that's gonna believe that is fucking Sarge and ABC. That's what they're gonna believe. And I guarantee you that if Sarge calls in here, he would definitely tell you that Tucker Carlson's show was accurate. That somehow or another, Tucker Carlson is right about it being a peaceful protest and all that kind of bullshit. All right, so it's 10 o'clock and I'll shut up now. Y'all know I just rambled on about nothing. But I went over these black men on social media screaming about Sierra's dress. You know, leave Sierra alone. Let her wear what she want to wear. Find you somebody that's attracted to you. Sierra don't want your ass. And leave that lady alone. If people want to walk around butt naked, I don't care. Yeah, we was born naked, so I mean, shit. I don't know if that lady want to walk around naked. Let her walk around naked. But it's these manosphere men on their little trip about, oh, this is what black women represent. Look at her. She's unclassy or whatever. Ghetto or whatever, you know. Nobody want to hear that. And then what else did I talk about? Racism and white supremacy. I'll shut up and we'll get into these news stories, guys. What's up, MJ, Antoinette, ABC, you dumb fucker, and East Coast. Who else is in there? And let me open this line. I've been rambling. What's up, Miss Elisa? Welcome to the show.
Hi, Tyrone. How you doing this evening?
All right. Yeah, we back on the air. I don't know who's striking the channel, but for some reason they want to give it a strike. So that's why we was off last week.
Yeah, you know, it is what it is. But you can't, unless you don't know who's striking the channel. But that's crazy. A video that you put up that you got off YouTube.
Yeah.
You got a strike. But if you had argued that point, they probably would have let it go. But I feel you. I wouldn't have felt like you bothered with it. That would have been my response to it too.
Yeah, because I mean, you got to go through this long process of trying to validate and all that. I ain't got time for that, so I just let it go. So you right. If I probably would have, argued it and showed them where I got it from and all that kind of stuff, they probably would have took the strike away. But oh well.
But we have to have the energy and the want to get down in that, and I can understand. Sometimes you just don't feel like being bothered. Oh, but you were just speaking on that Tucker Carlson, his rendition of what happened. I'm sorry, I'm chewing something. January 6th, and I was curious to see. That was just such a disgrace. And I wanted to go where the white people go, because if you go on certain pages, whether it be at the New York Post and different places like that, that's where a lot of the MAGAs or just dumb people hang out at. You should have seen all of the people. Tucker Carlson is a great American. We knew he would put forth the truth. They tried to fool us. They showed us edited tapes, and when they knew that it wasn't that, and the thing is, like you said, if he could get away with that, that was a pretty good test to see if he could put that out there, not be sanctioned, not his show, not be taken on. Because back in the day, I would say pre-Donald. No, let's take it back a little further. Um, Back when George W. Bush was president, if a news show or one of their correspondents had put together a piece like that and aired it to the people, their show and that person would be removed. You would have SEC and all different type of people involved removing that person and that show, fining the network and things like that. But see, in the era that we're in now after Trump, they're not going to do that. So the fact that he was able to get away with it, and what's so dangerous about that, he's able to say and do anything. And who knows what that anything will be and can be. That's the dangerous part about it. So Tucker Carlson could probably go on the air and tell those people that the federal government is coming to your house tomorrow to take all your guns. We have to make a stand. You have to come to the streets armed, locked, and loaded. They would do it. And that's the dangerous part. So
Yeah,
it's
they
scary
got some
times.
people out there that's ready to go fight. Like seriously ready to go fight.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, the
So,
the the thing is I don't know. I don't think the average MAGA would pull out a gun, right? The the
you ain't gonna call.
the no, like the school teacher or the doctor MAGA. I don't think that they would pull out weapons. The ones that I'm worried about is the rednecks, and the poorly educated ones. Uh, those people they will pull out their guns, and there are too many of them, and that's why it's so dangerous.
Yeah, but Tyrone, the group of people that desecrated the Capitol on the 6th,
Hmm.
all of them wasn't yahoos and rednecks and stuff. A lot of those people had good jobs, families. Some of them were educated. I remember there was one rich dude. He flew his private jet with some people so they could come down. I
Well,
know a
no, don't
couple
get
of
me
them
wrong. I'm not saying that class of
they
people. I'm
were
saying
arrested.
that class of people that was in January the 6th, they wouldn't pull out weapons. They would do stuff like
You don't
protests
think
and
so?
burn down stuff, but I don't think that they'll go out with their guns. I think it's a
I
group of
don't.
a group of people in there. A lot of them, a lot of these dumb people that live in the backwoods that would actually that ride around with guns in their pickups. I think that they would actually do it. The sergeants of the world.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't trust any of them. Like it's just a dangerous time that we're living in because we can see on a major network,
Hmm.
which is they claim that when they get in trouble, they start to get fines and things like that from the FCC. Then they claim it's an entertainment show. But other than that, they put it out as if it was news.
Hmm.
A major network is allowing, is doing that. That's scary to me. A major network. I never would have believed that a major network, Fox, CBS, NBC, any of them, we would live to see the day that they would put out that kind of stuff for the people to consume. Now I know a lot of people who watch their shows, they think they're dumb. They think this the people who's putting on the show, Fox News, Murdoch, Rupert Murdoch, all of them. They think that their viewers and their followers are dumb. They have we've heard them talk about them in their text messages behind the scenes. Some of them had testified to that in court that they think that their followers and their people aren't the brightest because they believe whatever it is that they put out. But Tyrone, when people start just doing the most, I I I don't put anything past of what they would or what they're capable of doing. That's the scary part. He put that out there, and I saw people believe in that. believing that stuff. And when you click, I was just out of curiosity to see if this is some, some backwoods Yahoo, and you click on their pages just to see their profiles. And these are regular looking people with grandchildren, children, married, own homes, and they're falling. They're just going along with this foolishness. It's crazy to me. It's absolutely insanity, and I never thought we would see this country go backwards the way as backwards as it's going. And I know in past few weeks, well, more than a few weeks, we've been having some great conversations over there, but it's all kinds of things going on in the cut that a lot of people are unaware of. And that's why I said I don't have a lot of stories. I don't have a lot of stories for this evening. But one or two of the articles, people need to hear what's going on in the States. I don't think a lot of people are paying attention to what's going on in Alabama. Alabama is the blackest state in the United States. What's going on in Alabama? And I think a lot of people has heard what DeSantis and his crew is trying to do and succeeding in a lot of cases down there in Florida and in Texas. It's a lot of awful things going on. A lot of awful things that people, and while people are concerned with what Sierra, in that dress she had on, if she turn around, you can't see her breast because it's a bodysuit type thing underneath it. But nonetheless, people are concerned about that and ignoring the different things that's going on around in the states that a lot of these half crazy governors are doing. And they're more concerned about that is of no importance what Sierra wears to an Oscar party. That is not important at all. That's only important.
Yeah, but see, they want to say that she represents black women. That's why they talking about her.
Yeah, she don't represent. Sierra represents herself. Black men will get irate if you tell them, like people like to talk about the Pookies and the Ray Rays. They'll get irate if you say that represents them, or the manosphere don't represent me. And these N-word people out here doing this, they're killing one another, and all the stuff that we got going on in the community, they don't represent me. But Sierra wears, because that was the theme of the Oscars, though. A lot of people didn't know that. I think it was something other, Come Bear or whatever. There were a plethora of women that had on the same kind of dresses, and a lot of people took the time to highlight all of these actresses and things. That Sierra wasn't the only one that had that kind of dress on. That was the theme. Come something, bring yourself, come bear, come wear, something like that. There were a plethora of women in there that followed the assignment and came bare, or they look bare, but they're not really bare. You probably see a little bit of butt with a thong or something, but they weren't really bare.
Mm-hmm.
So she wasn't the only one. But Sierra represents herself, her husband, her family. Just like Pookie and Ray Ray don't represent you, Sierra does not represent me. She is a celebrity. She is a singer. I mean, that's what she does. She's a dancer. She doesn't represent me. We live a whole two totally different lifestyles. And the comedian Faison Love, I mean, he went on a rant as if Sierra's his sister or something. And one of the another comedian, I can't remember his name, he said, now Faison know better than he. So Faison put up a picture of, I don't know these Fox News people, Fox Morning, America, whatever they call those shows, but it's a very attractive black woman that's on one of those morning shows on Fox. Her name will come to me later. I can't think, but she's on Fox and Friends or Fox and something. Very attractive black woman that's on one of those early day shows. And he put her picture up. Why can't more black women be like her? More black women need to be like this. Okay, you just picked probably a woman's picture, a random black woman who's semi-celebrity newscaster on Fox News. That woman on a daily basis talks down about the black community, talks down uh, uh, about teaching about race and different things like that.
This session
That
is
black
no longer being recorded.
Oh, that was my bad.
The
Let me get
recording
back
has
on.
started.
uh,
Okay.
okay.
I'm sorry. Go
And
ahead.
that woman sits all day and runs the black community down. That woman sits all day, like with police brutality, and talks against it with those other white people on that platform. All day, every day. That's what she does. She's not quite as bad as Candace Owens, but she's the next best thing. And that's who you put up. Did you even see who he didn't even see who that was that he put up? No. I'd rather a black woman have on a new dress like Sierra and not up on platforms like that, undermining our community. That's what I would rather. I don't give a shit about Sierra's new dress, but that woman sitting up on Fox News every day, and they use her as a mouthpiece to undermine everything that our community is trying to do. That's her job. That's what she gets paid for. And you're going to compare, say, we need more like that? No, I'd rather have more like Sierra in a new dress at an Oscar party, because that makes no difference to me. Sierra's not sitting up on the internet with a huge platform of millions and millions and millions of people trying to undermine the black community. She's not doing that. If her husband's okay with dress, I don't care about it. Russell was standing right there with her smiling. I don't care about that. And I think our community, with some women too, who had some stuff to say. And I mean, with everything that's going on, some of these things, these stories that I got, with everything that's going on and that's trying to be done, that's coming up under the radar, we ain't paying any of that any attention. We're worried about what Sierra wore to an Oscar party. That's absolutely insane. I'm not saying that our community can't talk about pop culture and the topics of the day and things that's going to. There's nothing wrong with that. Everybody does that. But I've seen so many things, pieces, videos, debates, and we just can't. I mean, why can't we just talk about these things? Oh, look at Sierra's dress. Somebody got something to say about that and move on. We take it to the
Yeah. See, that's my thing is that you can critique Sierra. There ain't nothing wrong with that. But whenever they start trying to say this is how black women is, they're just going to a whole nother level with that, and that's just wrong. Mm-hmm.
They take it to another level, and they're doing all these think pieces. And then I even saw title of some video some fool did. This had Sierra pictures. This is what black women do to disrespect the black man, and they're trying to take away our manhood. I'm like, ooh, Jesus. Are you all paying attention to what these politicians and these laws and things that they're trying to pass? They're not only trying to scoop away your manhood, they're trying to scoop away the rights that you have gained to be up on here bitching about Sierra. Our community got a lot of work, but whatever. All right, I said whatever.
All right. Well, let me see who this unknown caller is right quick. All right, unknown caller, who's on the line here?
Yeah, what's going on?
What's happening, Jay? What you got, man?
Yeah. Nah. We appreciate y'all being on. That's all. So I just say real quick, so y'all can keep it moving. These dudes, man, that complain. How do you listen to the comment that you just said that these women, black women, are taking away? How is a woman taking away your manhood? Are you letting her? That's like a dude saying, "Oh, well, he took my manhood." What? You let him do that? Like, come on, are you gonna just let somebody take your manhood away? That means you would never had a manhood in the beginning. I'll leave it there. I'm gonna be looking forward to hearing y'all again. We appreciate y'all being on here Thursdays.
Oh yeah, man. I got another strike. That's why I wasn't on here last week. So I don't know what that's about, but you know, I try to keep it open. I show up when I can. So, Miss Lisa, we can get it. Oh, you know what else I wanted to mention, guys? I wanted to mention
Mhm.
Chris Rock's response to Will Smith with his. I don't know if
Oh
I talked
yeah,
about that.
but it's
I
Tyrone. Yeah,
I really
Tyrone.
I,
Tyrone. I
uh
wanted to
huh.
talk about that too. I wanted to talk about that too. You go ahead.
Yeah, I really appreciated Chris Rock's response. And out of this whole situation, I still think that he came out on top. And even with Chris Rock responding to that slap, and in his response, I guess he called Jada a bitch. People kind of hung on that, and instead of recognizing that man walked around a whole year not saying anything, and then he finally said something, and I like the way he did it. That's all I got to say.
I wanted because me and we have a difference of opinion on this whole Chris Rock thing. I did not watch his special, but I watched a lot of inserts because I wanted to hear what people because I refused to give it a view on my Netflix, and I wanted to hear some of the jokes and certain bloggers that I follow that they review movies and stuff, and they're pretty good. I trust their opinion on certain things, but I wanted to hear some of the jokes and things like that. Whether it was good or not good, I don't know. I didn't see the entire thing. I'm not a Chris Rock fan. I haven't been a Chris Rock fan for a long, long time. And then when I saw him sitting with Jerry Seinfeld and I forget the other two white comedians, and the other two white comedians was making jokes about using the N word, and Chris Rock was doing his normal with them big teeth, donkey teeth laugh, and he was like, yeah, 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 using it, just comedy, and it wasn't just the Nigga. What is that noise in the background? It wasn't the Nigga. It was with the hard at the end. Hey Chris, you can find it on YouTube. You can find it on YouTube. And Chris Rock was yeah 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 yeah. And I remember he caught a lot of flack for that. And it was Jerry Seinfeld was the voice of reason that had to put that thing in perspective. And Chris Rock, the only black encouraging them that it's okay, not the GGA, but with the hard that it's okay, grinning and laughing like a horse. What respect I did have for him was done. And I never really followed him. Now, Will Smith slapping Chris Rock on the Oscars, I will agree with a lot of people. Will Smith should have slapped him behind the scenes backstage. And here's why. It's been reported, and I remember it's been reported even before Chris Rock's special that Will asked him. Chris Rock has had it in for Jada for a long, 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 long time. He tries to claim that it's about her wanting to boycott the Oscars so white, and that he said she started it with that and was calling him a sellout. No, she didn't. He was lying. She didn't call him a sellout. She was asked, what about him, hosting the show? She said he's a great comedian. I think he'll do a good job. That's all she said. Black people who found out he was hosting after they were trying to do some boycotting, because the Oscars has always been so white, too white. And black people called him a sellout. She never did that. I remember her saying, he's a great comedian. I think he's going to do a great job that night. That's all she said. He has been hounding that woman for years. Couple articles I read, the people who are close to it said he's been hounding her for over 20 years. Will Smith went to him and asked him, because all of them used to be friendly, not to stop dogging my wife publicly and this and that. I'm asking you man to man. That's why they put that out so people will know and people documented the timeline. He asked that donkey to stop doing that, and that's what a man does. They ask you not to. That's his wife and that's his family. Chris took the opportunity. The last Oscars last year, 2022, he went off script. He ignored the teleprompter, and he did it anyway, right in their face, with them sitting there. And he was asked not to do that, to stop this. Whatever this is that's going on with my wife, stop. Will Smith got up and slapped him in the mouth. Slapped him in the mouth. That's what happened. That should have happened. Will Smith slapping him, I don't care. Should have been done behind stage. Because Chris Rock will always be remembered, regardless of what he's done, regardless of what he's going to do. He brought this on himself. As the comedian that Will Smith slapped tapes out his mouth. That's how he's going to go down. And if a man comes to you and asks you to leave their wife and their family, quit with that. You're all supposed to be friends and you do it anyway. And then you try to come back with them big teeth, talking about, what did I do? The typical, what did I do? And then you blame her for everything. Will slapped you, not Jada. He actually leave his wife alone. A man is supposed to, I'm not supposed to, but for everybody they want men to be the head of the family, the nuclear family, that's what a lot of these dingbats want to go back to. Well, that's what a man does. He actually leave his wife and family alone. You don't. He handled it on the program where you did it again. Now, some of his jokes, some of the people broke down the jokes and different things like that. I saw some of the jokes. I'm not going to get into it because I didn't see the special. But that's where we disagree. Chris Rock got slapped in the mouth. I didn't care that he got slapped in the mouth. I wished it would have happened behind stage because it's more damaging to Chris because that's how he's going to be remembered. He's going to be remembered as and then you can talk, and then you see how he's still bothered. You see how he's still in on Jada. He did the Netflix comedy, started live in Baltimore, her hometown. He has it in for that woman. Some of the people who know them said that he wanted to date her before she got with Will. She turned him down, put him down, whatever. We don't know if that's true. Could be. Don't know. But that's just what people who are close to the situation said what happened. We don't know that. That could be just rumor. But I have witnessed this man has been coming for her for a long, long, long time. And to me, it's not shows. It's harassment and it's bullying. And when the woman's husband actually leave her alone, leave his family alone, keep their name out of your mouth. I'm asking you, man to man, if you do it anyway, if you get slapped, and then you want sympathy, people are going to be on your side. I can't do that. I cannot do that when it comes. And then the night of the Oscars, where he really went in on them, they were talking about boycotting the Oscars. Yes, she was upset about her husband Will being jerked around. But it was more to that. And this is what I don't get. And people bitching that Angela Bassett got snubbed again. Well, that's what the Oscars is so white was about. So how y'all gonna bitch that Angela was snubbed again? That's what it was about. Talk about how they treat black performers and how they don't recognize people of color and things like that. And they play games, they nominate, but they do not recognize people of color with those Oscars. And winning those Oscars bring a lot of money and extra. It brings money because you get more work, more movies, more this and that. And they've always treated us badly. Hattie McDaniel was the first black woman to win an Oscar. And the next woman was something like, 30 years later? Whatever it was that Whoopi Goldberg won for Whoopi Goldberg won one, and then Halle Berry was the first woman of color to win Best Actress, not supporting like Whoopi and Heidi. And it's just ridiculous. And then we heard last night that Asian woman, she was the first woman to win an Oscar, first Asian woman to win a lead role ever. And that's just how it goes. And he went on there knowing that the Oscars was real white, knowing that the Oscars do not recognize do not recognize and play fair with people of color. And he ran Jada and Will down that night for the field. And the white people sat back, held their head back, and rip roared and laughed. When she talked about not to the Oscars, the Oscars so black. He tuned it up that night for white people's pleasure. And then somebody come to you and ask you, just don't do that. And then your very next time back to the Oscars, you go off script and you do it anyway. So that is why I did feel sorry that Chris got slapped. I know me and you look at it differently. You feel differently about it. But I do not like Chris Rock. Chris Rock is a white people's comedian. I've heard him tell, and a lot of black people don't get it, but you got to follow. And I've been hearing more and more people saying that. He's white people's comedian. Because you got to look at their jokes. You got to look at the jokes that he tells. So no, I don't like him. But I do wish I don't mind Will slap.
But the man got slapped, Lisa. He got the taste slapped out of his mouth. He had to have some get back.
So, if you ask somebody not to talk about your wife, and they did it anyway, what would you do? Just laugh and grin and bear it?
What? No, but I'm just saying that they was on national television. Will Smith was wrong. I mean, Will Smith.
He should have did it behind
Will Smith showed the bad side of he actually represented the bad side of black people, in my opinion.
No, I don't think so. He should have did it behind the stage. I agree with you. He should have tapped him behind the stage. He shouldn't have did it on stage. But Chris Rock will be remembered for that forever. And I don't care. And I feel like Will Smith, I'll go pay to see his movie. There you go. Bingo, boom. That's it.
Let me see who this unknown caller is. Who's this unknown caller?
Yo, Big OC.
Hey, what's up, Big OC?
Chilling. What's up, Mr. Lisa?
Hey.
What you got, man?
I don't know. I didn't hear the story. Only thing I heard was Mr. Lisa talking about Chris Rock, and were y'all talking about the special?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, I kind of gave Chris Rock some kudos. Lisa don't like Chris Rock, and she kind of thinks he deserved that slap.
Not on national television. He deserved a slap behind the stage, is what I said.
I'm still in the camp of the slap was fake. I just can't. I'm not seeing it. I'm not gonna go with it.
You think it's fake? You think it's fake?
See, Tyrone, you want to say he got the taste slapped out his mouth. Now, his arms never came from the back of his back. He never put his hand to his face, and he never shifted his jaw around to be like, God damn, shit. He didn't say shit or what the fuck. Come on. It was, oh shit. Will Smith just slapped the shit out of me. Come on, Tyrone. Come on, man. It's got to be like, God damn, motherfucker, did you just hit me? It cannot be his reaction. Either he's just kept the acting going, and I'm going to give you an Oscar role, but and how Will Smith slapped, I'm like, you done been in too many motherfucking movies. You played goddamn Ali. That's your slap, nigga? That's your slap? Hell no. I can't go with it.
Well, I'm gonna tell you. I was looking at it like this right here, Big OT. I could tell that Will Smith swing like a little girl. But what I was saying, the way I was looking at it, is both of those cats are millionaires. Will Smith in his early days became famous. He ain't never really got no street battle. He don't know how to hit nobody, even though he played the part of even though he played the part of Muhammad Ali. Those wasn't real punches. So he don't know how to actually hit nobody. So that's the way I was looking at it, is that they don't fight any damn way. So
but
he done been in too many fighting movies to not have gotten the ring and had to hit that bag and do some things. He's been around too long to not have got some kind of fighting.
But that was with a script though. That was with a script.
Nah, but when you still got to train, he still got to get his body as knotted up as he's been in his career. That comes along with some shit. You know what I'm saying? We've seen Will Smith. Go ahead.
Let me add this. If Will Smith had went up there and punched Chris Rock with his fist and bust his lip or his nose, that would have been much worse. If you look at how it was done and you go back in history, how Will did that, and Big OC, a lot of people still agree with you on that they don't believe that was real. But if you look at, that's one of the reasons why a lot of people do agree, because I heard someone explain it, and then I went back and I looked at some old videos and stuff, and how people talked about how men would duel and call another men out. Will Smith walked up and gave him a gentleman's slap. That's what that was. And then he fixed his suit, turned around, and sat down. It was better to slap him than to punch him with a stick. If it was real, it was better to slap than punch him with this, because Will is much bigger than Chris Rock. If he punched Chris Rock, he might have knocked out too. Chris Rock would have been standing up there bleeding. That would have looked much worse than a gentleman's slap. That's what that was. And someone explained how they broke it down. He went up and he did a gentleman, because he took his hand off, a gentleman's pow. And then he turned around, fixed his suit, and walked off the stage. That's what that was. That's how men used to do it way back in the day when they call you out with a duel. Sometimes they would pull their gloves off and slap you across the face with their gloves. That's what that was. But if he did a fist and knocked Chris Rock one, that would have been much worse. Y'all know that.
Okay, now, Chris Rock, using this, all I hear is, look at this little bitch on the stage telling jokes about, if he really got slapped, you look like a whole bitch on the stage in this comedy show, to me.
I agree.
Because if that's real, all I wanted to hear is Chris Rock caught Will Smith coming out the gym, hit that nigga with a bat and ran. Then I'd be like, Chris Rock, you got your get back, nigga. I appreciate you. But I ain't heard nothing but more jokes about his wife. I don't like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure it plays well, but I don't like that. You didn't get no get back. I'm going to just keep looking at you now as a little bitch. And as people going to come on and explain to me, yeah, Chris Rock, he's way
y'all get Chris Rock hell, boy. Y'all get Chris Rock hell. Look, the show was funny. Y'all got to go watch it. It was funny as shit.
Nah, I watched some clips, man, but my thing is, he's still attacking the woman. Just like he said, oh, all this shit happened and you slapped me. But yeah, all this shit happened and you still talking about the woman.
Exactly.
That whole shit, them whole clips, I didn't hear him once say, hey, Will, we need to run it back. We need to shoot the fair one, nigga. Because Tyrone, if you say
hold on now, Jada played a big part in it because of that entanglement, right? That little entanglement.
No, that has something to do with him. That has something to do with Chris, though. The hair entanglement has nothing to do with Chris. And he really shouldn't talk about that. Because he has several...
Well, it has something to do with how angry... It has something to do with how angry Will Smith was.
No, that has something to do with... If the reports are true that Will asked him not to do that some years ago, and he did it anyway, That's why Will would be very upset. But no, and then I also heard someone else say, and you can see that he's scared of Will Smith. Will Smith told him to keep my wife's name. What is that noise?
Is that me? Don't put on me.
Oh, I heard a couple of reviewers say, but one thing I can tell you for sure, Chris Rock is scared of Will Smith. Because during that whole show, he never once said Jada's name. That's what they said. I didn't see it, so I can't verify it. Because Will told him, keep my wife's name out your mouth. So I don't know. But Big OC, a lot of people agree with you. They don't think it was real. A lot of people do. So you're not alone in that. I've heard a lot of people saying that was something to drum up some views for the Oscars, and it did. Black people always helping these little limp things. The Oscars, because they were talking about last year, Will slack Chris. People still they wasn't watching that show. They found out later. They found out when it came over social media. But it had some of the lowest ratings, and they were talking about that the ratings for that Oscars, the Academy Awards was so low, they was going to start streaming it online because it was costing too much to air on network television, and people aren't watching it. And that's where it should have gone, because the Oscars is unfair to people of color, and Will Smith slapping his ass helped the ratings up.
And Miss Elisa, look, another thing that makes me curious about this whole thing is all the celebrities went with it. The ones that have YouTube shows, TV shows, news shows, they all went with it. It seemed like, they said, nah, everybody run with this. It all happened. Will Smith's got this movie coming out. We finna do, man, all this shit is content. In the world we live in now, we should all see that as this shit is content. At the end of the day, what real consequences happened to Will Smith? What fucking consequences? You know what I'm saying?
He got banned from the Oscars for like 10 years. He got banned from the Oscars for like 10 years.
Tyrone just said he got banned from the Oscars.
Hey. No, I'm saying, what, you saying that ain't true?
No, I'm saying that's some bullshit to me.
That doesn't matter him being banned from that doesn't matter him being banned from the Oscars.
Wait a minute, Elisa, you just said the Oscars was important because once you is in that circle, you get notoriety and get more money because you've been nominated. That's what you just said, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't go with Will Smith. Will Smith makes Hollywood a lot of money. He's had some of the top blockbusters that's made them studios a lot of money. So it don't matter. He's still going to get the roles and the parts to make Hollywood a lot of money. So that doesn't affect him, but he can't go back to the Oscars and present awards or sit in the audience. Someone else who is like an up-and newcomer or someone who's been out there for a while, they win an Oscar, a lot of work come their way. But Will Smith got three blockbusters that they get ready to film that's coming up. That doesn't affect him. He's surpassed that. He's made them studios so much money so that doesn't affect him. Other people, Did he stop getting roles? No. They get ready to start filming Bad Boys. Then I forget the next movie he has coming up that he's gonna film after that. That slap ain't slowed his role. And the slap.
You don't think that him slapping Chris Rock has made him lose money? I think that it kind of.
Nope.
I think he took a hit on it. Did anybody hear how that Emancipation movie doing?
But see, the Emancipation wasn't the type of movie that was going to be a blockbuster. That was an artsy type movie. So that wasn't going to be a blockbuster type. Because the movie that he did, that he won the Oscar for, that wasn't a blockbuster movie either. It was an artsy movie. It's the type of movies they do so they could be contenders for those awards. Now.
Wait, didn't he win for the tennis one?
Yeah, the tennis one. Yeah, that was an artsy movie. That wasn't a blockbuster either. But they get ready to film Bad Boys. and that movie's gonna blow up. So it doesn't matter for someone on his stature with
And what Tyrone,
what?
and what y'all need to look at is all the motherfucking big stars and actors that's gonna be right up in the movies with them. So clearly, what they're telling you is, we don't give a fuck. We're gonna get this
They don't
check.
care. Yeah. Because
it ain't like they're saying, "Oh, we're not working with Will Smith. We're not working with him." No, that's no way. Yeah, right. They're all right now somewhere chilling. They all chilling right now.
He was at a party, because I follow him on IG. He was at a party, I think it was a couple of months before they announced Bad Boys, that him and Martin Lawrence was going to get ready to start filming Bad Boys. He was at a party. All the big people was at that party. All of those people was at. He was hugged up there with Dave Chappelle. He was hugged up with other big white and black actors. They was laughing and stuff. That slap has not a thing to slow Will Smith down. Whatever, if it wasn't real, it's not going to slow him down. Bad Boys is about to bring in Banks when they finish that. And he got another movie that he's going to be that he has to start filming right after Bad Boys. I could slow him down.
Yeah, I think he got I Am Legend Part 2.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That's coming up after they film Bad Boys. And that's gonna be another movie that's gonna make a lot of money. So it's not affecting him. Plus Chris Rock made money too. The Oscars can help other people, but somebody of Will Smith's caliber, if he can't go back and sit in the audience, that doesn't affect him. It does.
Yeah.
Not somebody like him.
Him and Kevin Hart. Him and Kevin Hart are remaking a movie.
It doesn't affect him. So no, I don't think his pockets. And Will Smith got 10 times the money that Chris Rock had, but Chris Rock is making some money off this thing here too. So, but other actors like this Chinese woman, I'm take that back. I don't know if she's Chinese. The Asian woman that won Best Actress, that'll help her to get roles. But Will Smith don't need that to get roles. He doesn't need that. Certain people, just like if they told Tom Cruise or Leonardo DiCaprio, y'all can't come back to the Oscars no more. That's not going to affect their ability to get roles and make bank. Some people are.
Yeah, Mel Gibson.
Mel Gibson. Well, yeah, he's back. He's back. So no, I don't think that hurt. It hurt Will, but not in the bigger picture. When you look at it.
But see, yeah, because
so y'all saying that man,
keep your name out there. Keep
y'all
your name out
saying that
there.
man,
YouTubers. Yeah, go ahead.
Y'all saying that man sitting up there doing a television show with his wife, and his wife telling him that she slept with her son's friend. That didn't affect that man mentally to where he was bothered in such a way that had nothing to do with it, huh?
No, I don't think that had nothing to do with it. You want to know why? Because Will Smith has had girlfriends too. People has caught them. The girlfriend, one girlfriend that they have an open marriage. The one girlfriend that he had, I think she's East Asian, like of India or something. She would be up on her IG taking pictures, and you see Will Smith in the same spot taking pictures. He's had girlfriends too. Jada just was stupid and picked the young boy that was a dumb move on her son's friend. Now I will say that was a dumb move, and then all her stuff got spread. But Will sitting up there looking all sad on the Red Table Talk, that was performative. And he said in his book that
man, y'all, I don't know, y'all. I just say that mess of that man. You know, everybody was calling him a bitch. Everybody calling him a punk.
So him
Lord,
don't matter. Him having girlfriends don't matter.
Well, it probably do.
He does.
I'm saying it probably do.
You know, Tyrone, you got to understand, it's everything is selective, right? Okay, there we go. Selective outrage. You know, we select shit we want to be mad at. Because what I know is there's porn stars that are females that got husbands.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I look at it like whatever narrative they want to start with is what, you know, once the mainstream media starts with a narrative, all the small guys pretty much go with it because, you know, they feel like they don't got enough information to create a narrative, you know, around it. So they stick with it. But like I said, to me, it's all content now. It's all something to keep driving views and likes and shares and all that shit because it's still going on. People still talking about that red table talk.
Yeah.
But you know who doesn't get no play off it? Who's the boy she was fucking?
Yeah.
What's the boy name? What's his name?
August.
Yeah, you don't get much play off it. He not getting no play off it. They still getting all.
Y'all, I'm just saying. I think Will Smith had some problems that night, and Chris Rock broke the camera.
Remember Tupac? Remember he was also like fucked up because Tupac almost slept with her or some shit. He did an interview one time a long time ago. I don't know if y'all remember that. And he was basically, the truth was coming out about how he was kind of jealous of Tupac. You know what I'm saying? And he felt some type of way. He never could get over that. You know, he's like, I could never beat Tupac or some shit. Yeah,
I don't get that though. I don't understand this. Will Smith get plenty hoes.
It's not. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. You and Elisa making this comparison about him sleeping around and she sleeping around. A man will take it differently than when a woman do it. Then you know, it's just different.
No, what I think it's more than her. It's his wife.
No,
that's what it is.
Tyrone. He basically told Gayle King he knew about that. I think what bothered him is that everybody else found out about it.
My wife's a hoe. Everybody knows my wife is a hoe.
And that's what Chris Rock was saying. Everybody was calling him a bitch. Everybody was calling him. I'm sorry,
you know what? That messed with Will Smith's ego. I think no matter what, Will Smith could be the top actor. That messed with him because it was his wife. I think that, you know, if that was something specific, something special, and he was hurt by it.
Well, he tied his whole family in, Jay. The whole family was involved in it, really. That's where it's fucked up. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't just the wife and some random dude. It was the sons involved. Right. Everybody's involved in the motherfucking house.
All in that shit. Yeah. It's not quiet. It's everybody's business outside of even them.
The cleaning people.
To that man.
No, it hurt his ego that everybody else found out. But he basically told Gayle King he knew about it. He knew about that. He knew about it when it started. He knew about it when it was going on.
Well, who knows if they swinging too.
And I'm just saying that the little G.I. Jane joke, that wasn't slap worthy. It was funny, but it wasn't slap worthy. She had a bald head. G.I. Jane had a bald head.
That's why I don't think it was wrong. He didn't really say nothing.
But even Will Smith came out with a couple of videos apologizing, right?
Yeah, I think so.
That's what he got to do. That's what they say. Just like Tiger Woods had to go to anti-sleeping with hoes camp. You know, after he cheated his wife. You know what I'm saying? That's the shit they got to do, man.
And Chris Rock can't talk because he had plenty of entanglements himself. Hence the reason his wife divorced him and took him to the cleaners. So he was doing the same thing. So I don't know why he's talking about it.
He's talking about it now because he got slapped. While it was going on, he won't talk about it.
Yeah, because he got slapped. But just like D.O.C. said, he stayed talking about the woman. Will Smith slapped you. And then he turned around.
Yeah, any man is supposed to be saying, run the fade, win or lose. Because, hey, if you saying...
But Big O, see, that's the way you look at it now. That ain't, you got to think, those guys is rich, man. They ain't finna go out there and be gutter, man.
He was gutter.
Rich. But Tyrone, you were just saying that Will Smith showed the worst of black folks.
I think so.
I don't think so. I think it is what it is. Will Smith helped the Oscars to get their ratings back up. I'm mad at him for that. And that helped them. Like
he should have did it at the Brio.
Yeah, or behind the stage if he needed to do that. That's what I think. Because he helped the Oscar because their ratings went up because people wanted to watch this year. And a lot of black people watched because they wanted to see if Angela Bassett would win. She didn't. They wanted to hear Rihanna sing. So they know what they're doing. They trying to, and they gave the Asian people all those awards, and all them billions of Asian people all over the world. You draw them in. So they're about trying to get views and they was not upset that Will Smith slapped Chris Rock. If it was real, they weren't upset about that. That was the most talk the Oscars had got in years, and they were quietly happy about it. Because they got people for
oh yeah, so damn, we got some damn ratings.
Yeah, that's all.
We're doing bad too for the last 2-3 years, man. Will Smith slap fucking got us our ratings and shit. We got people investing again. Like damn.
Exactly, that's what that was. They weren't the Academy was not upset about that because Whoopi Goldberg basically on their show. I was listening to clips because she's part of the Academy, the people who vote and pick and all that. And when the people were talking about, well, do you think they're going to do this, she was like, no. Well, do you think this is, no. She said they'll probably suspend him and that'll be the end of that. Because she worked
she's already in there.
So she was like, no, it's not really all of that y'all think. No. Or are they going to do, no. You think that's going to, no. And Whoopi was right. He got suspended and that was the end of it. She was right. She was right. She said how it was going.
I don't know, y'all. I think that was an emotionally unstable man that night, and he slapped Chris Rock, and Chris Rock got back at him in that little stand up. It was funny. You know, Chris Rock was doing the nigga stuff for the first. Oh, okay, calm down. Chris Rock, he really was funny.
You say?
It really wasn't funny like the first part of his show, like the most 45 minutes. It was like nigga, and all that kind of shit, right? But when about the last 10 minutes is whenever he started telling the Jada and Will joke. Now that was the funniest part. But the rest of the show was like what Alicia say that she don't like with the down in the community and all that kind of stuff. But the last 10 minutes is whenever he talked about them.
Yeah, and Will Smith is not a comedian either. Do you find Will Smith funny? I don't find him funny. Yeah, I think he's corny when he be trying to make jokes.
No, I give him credit. Will Smith is a really good actor. I can't take that from him.
Right, he's not a comedian.
He's a talented man, but he kind of let me down when he did that stuff that night, man.
And he's not a comedian because he tries throwing jokes out there. The shit don't hit. It doesn't hit. He's like
because I watched that movie with him and his son. Him and his son did like a space movie, and that was really a good movie. And I was like, wow, why is this thing getting more play?
Yeah, I know that's a good movie.
So
you want to know why? Because those people from what's that religious Scientology? I think they had something to do with the producing or the paying for it or something like that. So I think that was why. But and people are saying that he was. I think it's what you call it when you bring in your family members and you try to get them hit.
What, nepotism? Nepotism.
Thank you. Yeah, they were saying it was nepotism. He's trying to put his son out there. And my thing was
his son could act. If his son could act.
Yeah, I mean, Hollywood is full of that. I mean, look at Meghan McCain or whatever. She ain't had no damn business with her fat ass on the View. So Hollywood full of nepotism.
Come on, he was nepotism. So what? His son could act, and he put him out there. And his son was also when he was little, was in that movie with Will Smith. I can't think of the name of it.
His son could act. He's a good actor, and he could rap too.
Yeah, he's a good actor. He's a great entertainer. So I don't see anything wrong with pushing your children forward if that's what they want to do. Give them a helping hand. They still have to show they got talent. There's nothing wrong with that. And I thought people was being stupid talking about nepotism. Oh, because the white people can do stuff for their kids and get them all involved, but the minute black people do, oh, well, that's wrong. It's nepotism, and shut up. He can do that for his son if he wants to.
And real quick, you see, Tyrone, another reason why I think all this shit is bullshit is these people have been in the public eye since longer than they weren't in the public eye. You know what I'm saying? So they got to know what comes with that. Mm-hmm. They've been around it. These people are media trained. These aren't actors that came up off the street. Jada Pinkett went to school for it. You know, these are actors. You know what I'm saying? These are career actors. I ain't never had another job. All I've done is act. So I look at this as they probably showed up with an entourage of hair, makeup, wardrobe, everything. I don't see this not being a production going along with the rest of the production. Whenever them lights, cameras, and,
it was staged.
Whenever them lights and cameras are on, everything I believe they do is for content and for looks, clicks, and likes.
Probably. But let me ask you, Big OC, why would it have been staged? You think to help the Oscars ratings, or what do you think?
I think the fact that it happened at the Oscars where the nigga was the producer, correct?
Yeah. No, a black man. No.
Well, okay. But you said it right, at least. It's okay. We got to know. It's documented already. The fact that all that went into play, in my mind, too, all adds to it. Like, this just so happens at the nigga function, huh? So to me, it just more of, you know, you can call it a conspiracy theory, but I just think it was just more added on top of it.
But what you saying though is that Chris Rock had to agree that he was going to get slapped that night if it was staged.
Yeah.
Look how much money he's made since then.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, Miss Lisa. How much you get off the Netflix shit? The 2 specials he gonna get.
Who's this unknown caller?
I think he's like 50 million by the time he finished.
Hey, what's up, Miss Lady? Listen, we got a couple on here that's a Will Smith fans, and I'm kind of leaning towards Chris Rock's Get Back, and that's what we were talking about. You know, what's going on?
Oh, yeah, I don't care for Chris Rock. I won't be watching his stuff. So, no, because Jada has a medical condition called alopecia. I'm not sure which one. And she had talked about that and how losing her hair, how devastating that is. You know, that for women, it can be very devastating. And how she just eventually just shaved all her hair off because it was falling out. And she had talked about that before all that happened. And I'm sure he was aware of it. And so for him to even, go there, I think was so disrespectful. And then I understand he's talking again on this Netflix show. He also talked about Meghan Markle, and people were like, why is he attacking Black women? She's biracial, but why is he doing that after what the lady's been through? She's having miscarriage behind all that hatred over there.
Wait a minute now, y'all got to. He's a comedian. I mean, they tell jokes about
him. It's not about comedy. It's not about comedy no more, Tyrone. Because you know what's not out there in front of Chris Rock? A whole bunch of Black women. That's not out in front. That's not in his audience. I guarantee it. There ain't a lot of Black women.
And I will not be going to see him. I don't think he's funny. I think that was atrocious after what Meghan Markle has been through with all that over there, the victim of many death threats. All of that was going on. Harassed, called names, just tried to drag her every day in those rags. They had to escape from all the death threats and taking their security away and leave, and they still won't leave him alone. She had a miscarriage from all that stress. Harry babied the baby under a tree, they say. I don't know if it's true, but I mean, he needs to keep. Somebody said Harry gonna come and slap the mess out your mouth if you keep on.
He gonna get a royal slap, huh?
Oh, he gonna get a royal slap. I mean,
Miss Lady. But you want to know what?
Yeah.
What that was my thoughts about him on Meghan Markle. Because you know what? You got a whole continent of white folks over there who despise that woman. So he gets the views, the laughs, and the likes. That's why. Well,
now, I got a little problem with Meghan now, because whenever she did that interview and said that she didn't recognize she was black until recently, that means she wasn't.
That's not
true.
She didn't say that, Tyrone. She said she wasn't treated like a black woman. There is a difference. She knows she's black. You look at her mama. She knows she's black. Her mama got earrings in her nose.
So let's say she didn't get treated as she was black. Well, yeah, her mama's black.
Yeah, and that's the truth.
Okay, if she didn't get treated since she was black so how did she know about the struggle until recently? You know.
Well, even Harry talked about how
probably nobody was calling her a fucking nigger. Nobody was calling her a fucking nigger before. So she was probably like, what is this shit? I'm a nigger? Once I got this British shit, I'm a black bastard, a black this, a monkey that, I can't wear no clothes, I can't sit at the table, I gotta come through the back door. What the fuck is happening here? My humanity is now in question. That's what she felt like. God damn, am I human over here?
She didn't realize people were so hateful, and Harry said he didn't realize that was such. He said, I've learned a lot about racism and discrimination and how embedded. He said, I was probably had some of it too. And then he said, what? So he was interviewed. He said, well, I mean, unconscious bias. I mean, you don't know. And so he's really learned about himself. Because, and you haven't been treated so hateful, and all of a sudden now, it's like attack. You're like, what the hell?
Well, yeah, she got treated bad. They was asking about what color the baby skin gonna be and all that kind of stuff. That was kind of jacked up.
No, it was way worse than that. You gotta watch the Royal Sussex and have a laugh on YouTube. Royal Sussex. Barron is funny as heck. He's a black dude. He'd be going in on them. He shows pictures of hatred. That woman, I knew something was going on before they left. They have those events where they walk down the boulevard over there in England, all those whatever events. And it was weird because Harry because he's a real soldier. He was flying helicopters out there in Afghanistan. And he knows how to, he's a soldier, a real one. And so he was standing in front of his wife with his arms stretched out like, you stay behind me. I'm like, that is weird. She was getting all kind of death threats. Serious.
Look, they say at Buckingham Palace has 8% ethnic minority staff. So it don't say black, it just says ethnic minority. Right.
And I understand that they have an exception. Like there was a biracial woman, didn't want to hire black people at all. Then I think they got a few to do like the menial stuff. Then they hired a biracial woman some years ago to be a secretary, right? Like, and she was working for Prince Charles's butler or whatever you call him. And she was called the N-word, and she was so mistreated. So she went and filed a claim for racial discrimination. They have carved out an exception in their labor laws that the royal families cannot be sued for discrimination. Their claim, you can try and sue them, but it's going to be like dismissed. They got it like that. When they were drafting those anti-discrimination laws, that's what they carved out an exception for them. So I mean, it's a lot that, you know, and so yeah, that's how they are. But I mean, I didn't know any of this. I just started looking up stuff since this Meghan and Harry stuff broke out, and I was like, "Ooh, Lord!" So no, Meghan didn't have any idea. I mean, if you really, they have about 3 rag magazines, and it was just merciless. The woman couldn't do it. She couldn't breathe the air right.
Couldn't do anything right. And so that's why Chris Rock picked on her. But again, a whole continent of white people that hate her. So that was an easy joke, easy laugh. The Americans don't care for much either. So that's why he did that. And that was he just very low hanging fruit. What he did, talking about.
Does he ever pick out the blonde trophy woman to make jokes about?
He did.
Remember?
No, year before last, when he did a stand up, after the slap. I think it was a year after. No, maybe some months after the slap. He made a joke about Nicole Brown Simpson. Y'all remember that? And them white folks. He didn't say it like a joke about her, but he had compared something, and he said like Nicole Brown Simpson. I forget the joke. I have to look.
Yeah, but she's low lying fruit too in a way. Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about somebody like that.
No, what I'm talking about
like
is, what I'm saying is when he made the joke about Nicole Brown Simpson, them white folks called him an asshole over that. So he go back to picking on the black women and the women of color and stuff like that. That's Chris Rock. It's always been Chris Rock. And he sat there laughing.
And that's why, there's something that seems mean. To me, there's a mean streak, an insecure. And the bottom line is, he knows that neither one of them women would have given him the time of day. Okay. Mm-hmm. And I just say Nicole Brown Simpson. You know, she was a party girl, right? She was a party girl. You know, she was dating OJ when he was married to his black wife and all that kind of stuff. When he wouldn't dare, he thought she would be easy pickings because she wasn't, you know, but he ain't going to go after, say, Jennifer Aniston. He ain't going to go after Brad Pitt's ex-wife, Angelina. He ain't going to go after those kind of people. Do you understand? He ain't going to go after Paris Hilton.
But he tried to go after Nicole Brown Simpson, and they showed him what was up with that.
No matter if she was a party girl. There you go.
They tore the articles that came out after that, man, they tore Chris Rock a new asshole. And he thought people were still feeling sorry for him because of slap. They was like, white folks like, we so sorry for you, but that you not going to do.
And it wasn't interesting. There you go. And so there's a difference. There's a difference. But yeah, there's a meanness about that. And I just don't, you know, he should have left Jada alone. He should have left Meghan alone. Okay? Mm-hmm. I will not watch his Netflix. At a concert that he did years ago, like 20 years ago, and he was kind of funny, but he wasn't doing this kind of stuff. But remember, he did that movie about hair, and he went over to India, and he was mocking our hair and everything.
Yeah,
come on, yeah, it's the Indian woman. You want to buy some Afro hair?
Yeah, I remember that.
Like, you know, all that kind of hair.
Wasn't they called good hair?
Yeah.
Then he went up on the Oprah show talking about to promote the movie, because I saw a clip about it not too long ago. Somebody shared it, and you know, Oprah got a big head of hair like a wig, and she had a style that day, and she was like, "Well, not everybody wears weaves and wigs," and he gave her this look, and she was like, "No, this is my hair. I had a style." Dang, you know how he carried on. She was like, "Yes, it is. Let me see." And Oprah was the food.
Are you serious?
Yes, you can find it on YouTube. To let Chris Rock feel in her head. I thought she was a fool.
I would never.
And
she was saying,
it's that kind of stuff. Well, I can't stand Chris Rock. I don't like him. And
I don't either.
Why black men like him, I don't either. When he sat there,
well, they like because black women are easy targets, and they laugh. It's funny. It's all fun and games. Ha 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 ha. You know,
he was all for the white men calling black people not Nigga, but with the hard ER at the end. And Jerry Seinfeld had to set that thing straight. And
Let me,
the only person with the voice of reason.
I got a couple of lines here, and just for the record, I ain't no Chris Rock fan. I just like comedy, and that's where I'm sticking to that, leaving it at. But Brother Joshua, I got your line open. Welcome to the show. And then Sister Ottawa, you can go right after Joshua. Go ahead, Joshua.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I'm not gonna stay too long, but as a comedian, Chris Rock will make a joke about anybody he wants to, when he wants to do it. Okay, he doesn't have a selective time where he makes jokes about people all the time. That's what they do. That's their MO. They all do it. So I think that to say that he wouldn't make a joke about this body or this person, that's not true at all. If there was a reason that he could make a joke about something, he would do it. And I'm not a Chris Rock fan either, to a point. But what I do know, that's his job. He finds humor in things that we might see as different. That's what they do. So that's what I believe in about Chris Rock. If Chris Rock can talk to y'all in person, he would say, "Well, I can make a joke. Who the hell I want to make a joke about?" Anyway, I mean, what they gonna do about it?
So he tough. So he tough now.
So
he a tough guy.
What I'm saying that's what I'm getting at.
He's a tough guy now.
So that's what I'm getting at. The second part is as far as the alopecia is concerned, so somebody had wrote that she didn't really have that. So I mean, and that's just this person's opinion. I'm not sure if that's correct or not, but this person wrote an article on that. She said Jada Pinkett didn't have alopecia.
That's not true.
So again, that's just this one person's article. When they wrote the article, the person who wrote the article didn't get a lot of feedback and a lot of clapback about it. So I guess it could be something true about it, whatever the case might be. But what I'm saying again, he can make a joke who he want to make a joke about. All of them do it. So, but yeah, so I think what Will Smith did between him and Chris Rock, I just think that was an unfortunate thing. And I hope that Will have learned something from that. I thought Will was wrong. He shouldn't have did that, period. But at the same time, Will Smith was going through a lot of stress at that time, especially about his woman. You know, people sleeping with his woman, and he didn't do much about it, whatever the case might be. And I don't know why he got mad, because they got an open relationship. That was already stated on here. So they got a swinging relationship where they screwing everybody. So what's the point? So why you get mad? So that's how I look at that, Tyrone. You know, and that's what I gotta say.
All right.
I think that's what I gotta say, man. But yeah.
Yeah, I guess that the last point that you made was what Elisa and Big OC was saying about them having an open relationship, that Will was sleeping with people and he was sleeping with people. So.
They said they did, and they just discussed things between them. So it's not like a shock and a surprise, but it was just that it got all out. That's the thing. And then the thing is, I'll say people can say whatever they want, but they can suffer the consequences of saying it. Okay?
Yeah. Let me get
and wait a minute, Tyrone, let me say this as far as because misinformation was just put out. Jada Pinkett had been chronicling her the pressure and different things that she was going through because of her alopecia. I follow her on IG. She's been talking about that for a couple of years now, about her alopecia. So whoever wrote that article was telling lies. That's not true. She's been talking about it for years. And when she finally did the big shave, her daughter shaved her hair. A friend of hers shaved their hair. So she'd been talking about that, crying about that, whining, I'll say, about that for almost 2 years before the choke. So that's misinformation that whoever said she didn't have alopecia. I don't see why she did.
Joshua, why you want to comment it down the black woman, Joshua?
And this is my point.
But let me get Sister Ottawa in here, guys. What's up, Sister Ottawa? Welcome
Easy
to the show.
target, man.
Woo, I may need to keep my mouth shut.
No, go ahead, talk.
I think Jada Pinkett looked good as hell with that bald head.
I agree.
Period. Okay?
I agree.
I didn't know nothing about her having alopecia. I saw her and I thought she looked really, really good. That's what I have to say about that. It's unfortunate that we saw 2 black men on stage, carrying on the way they did. I was I was embarrassed by it, I'm going to be honest. And I didn't even watch it. I just saw a clip. For us to behave like that was completely out of control. It was out of control. I think there's a lot that we don't know what's going on in any of their lives for us to really be speaking on it. But I wanted to speak on, what was the other issue y'all were talking about?
Meghan
Markle? Ahead. Oh, Meghan Markle. Well, I think it's a shame for anybody to be surprised about white folks, the hierarchy over in England, who had a lot to do with the enslavement of black folks here in this country, to be surprised that racism is running rampant in that family. I don't even know. I can't even understand how whatever her name is, Margaret or Margot, didn't know that. Racism has been existing for too long for her to act like she didn't know white folks' disposition. So I don't feel no kind of way. Whatever she get is what she get.
Well, yeah, see, and that's part of what I was trying to look at, Meghan, Sister Ottawa, is that when
I feel people can be so hateful in so many different levels of discrimination. Yeah, we
I'm not discriminating. I'm saying what I'm saying is that she's too damn old to act like she don't know what's going on in the Buckingham Palace. So I don't have no sympathy for her or anybody else that feels like they can go without
the same way. And I think that's what's wrong with black women a lot. We are so unempathetic to another woman.
I'm not going to be sympathetic about somebody being asleep about white supremacy or racism. I'm not.
This will go a lot better.
It ain't no point you arguing with me. You can have your opinion and I can have mine. I'm not going to be disagreeable. I'm not going to be disagreeable. My opinion is anybody as old as she is And she was warned by her friends anyway before she even got married. They were telling her, you need to, you need to think about what you're getting ready to get involved in. You're going to have, that's what her friends were telling her.
That's okay. She doing a lot better.
And I'm surprised that you act like you didn't know the history of them white folks.
Netflix contract, okay?
Whatever. I don't care about what they do.
Life. So you know,
I'm just
people
giving my
all they
we
want.
all can live our best life. That is, I mean, what they doing?
Hateful all they like.
Oh boy! Listen, I don't know what you talking about.
Well, no, I mean, Sister Ottawa's got a point. I mean, you're talking about the royal family of England. I mean, those people basically.
You wouldn't know how it really is till you got there and you were living amongst those people.
Miss Lady, can you please calm down? The royal family of England, they basically invented racism. I mean, that's how their whole structure. From the beginning of time, that's what they did was enslave people and all that kind of stuff, right? So they got a history there.
The homie people enslaved people too over there in Nigeria.
Okay, let me go bring that shit up.
We're talking about Meghan Markle.
Here.
They chopped
your ancestors' head.
Hey, Tyrone.
Okay, but we're talking about Meghan Markle and Miss Lady.
I'm telling you.
Miss Lady, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying about Africans, right?
They were captive by your own people, and they were hateful too. I'm just saying, hate is hate.
Okay, Miss Lady, but listen, I'm not disagreeing with what
abuse is abuse.
Hold on for a minute, Joshua. I'm not disagreeing with nothing that you're saying about Africa or whatever they did, right? I'm just saying when we were talking about Meghan Markle and her being surprised about racism or having been treated that way.
I don't think she was surprised. She was surprised at the level of hatred, of ongoing hatred.
Black folks worry about the color of their babies too. That ain't nothing new.
The rags continuously.
You're gonna have to calm down now.
Every day.
I know you like Meghan Markle.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
Okay, but I'm just saying that
everybody, black folk, we act like the same way. We want to see how dark the baby's gonna be when they come into the world, looking behind their ears and doing all kinds of things. People, I heard somebody making a joke.
All I'm saying is it's global knowledge that the royal family
I'm glad it's been exposed because people didn't realize how it is over there, and I think. I don't know how long that monarchy is going to last, but a lot of folks' eyes have been opened up.
Okay, so let me say this right here. It's global knowledge that the monarchy has been racist since its inception. So for Meghan Markle
it wasn't just the monarchy.
Why are you screaming over me, though?
It was the media. It was an ongoing attacks from the media, more than even the family.
Okay, it was the family. I watched the documentary. It was the family, but everybody know that the royal family has been racist since the beginning.
You don't have enough information. You don't.
Why? I know you like Meghan Markle, but can you please calm down?
No, I don't like abuse.
Okay, but go ahead, Elisa. I guess Miss Lady don't want me to say nothing.
Okay. Yeah, Tyrone, shut your mouth, nigga. You don't know.
Well, Tyrone, let me add a little bit of clarity to this.
Go ahead.
Meghan Markle was an actress here in the United States. One thing that we don't really have, like we used to in the United States, is rag magazines and tabloids. We don't have them as much as they do. Now, over in the UK, which a lot of people probably don't know, Rupert Murdoch, who owns Fox News, he owns a lot of the rags over there in England. And he's the one that really got the rag and tabloids really under fire about 30, maybe 40 years ago. So he owns a lot of that. Her being a celebrity here is a little different than when she went there. And the reason that the level of racism was so awful there is because the UK is overrun with tabloid gossip.
But I'm not arguing that point, and you're absolutely right. But what I'm saying is the average black person on this planet knows that the royal family is rooted in racism. Everybody knows that. Yeah, well, part of being woke is discovering how slavery existed in the UK and in Europe, that's part of just, you understanding the history of your people. So for Meghan Markle to marry into that family, and then all of a sudden, hey, say these people are racist, and I mean, that was part of. I watched the documentary, and that was part of the discussion because Prince Harry was. Well, let me finish. I watched the documentary because Prince Harry was surprised at how racist his family was. I mean, he was part of it, and like somebody was saying, it was probably an unbiased, unconscious bias and all that kind of stuff that he'd been practicing until he married a person that was mixed. But I mean, it's existed forever.
Yeah, it has, but I would have thought we don't have to go over the whole thing of racism and slavery and the monarchy and royal family. The history is there, but I don't kind of understand what Harry was saying. He expected his family to have a little more decorum, and a lot of the stuff he was going through, a lot of that I always suspected was Charles. And his family, maybe too much of inbreeding, who knows? They didn't have the decorum that I thought that they would have had or tried to show to her. And like they said, the people that run the family, that runs the palaces, because they don't make too many decisions. They're people that run them and take care of everything. They basically threw her all up under the bus. And with the rags being out of control and tabloid media over there is so off the chain. It was like, if it was here, you have your regular racism. I'm sure she's aware of that. But look at her mother. But over there, it was to the 10th degree. Something.
Well, no, I understand the tabloid. You're right. You're right about the tabloids, and I know the tabloids was bad to her because. Miss Lady, can you please stop yelling over people? Can you please stop yelling over people?
Hey, Tyrone, can I say something, bro?
But let me say this right here. I understand the tabloid.
Tabloid people.
Miss Lady, what is wrong with you?
Unattractive, horrible people. They looked at Meghan and couldn't stand themselves.
Listen to what I'm saying, though. Just let me make this point. I understand the tabloid, and I agree with y'all about how terrible the tabloids and how racist they was, right? But the thing that was surprising in the documentary on the TV was they were shocked by the way the family was. And when Harry found out, that's when he gathered his family up and left. He did the right thing for his wife and all that kind of stuff. But Harry should not have expected that his family was going to accept a black person into that family because of the history of that family. Let me finish.
Especially because she's not the first black woman in the family. There was a Queen Charlotte. And not only that, she's the Duchess over the same, what is it called? Duchess of something. Duchess of
Canterbury, goddamn me.
Duchess of
no,
Sussex.
It's not
I think she was the Duchess of Sussex.
No,
right?
she's the same Duchess as the Queen Charlotte back 100 and some years back. So this is not the first black woman in their family.
But let me get Joshua in there. Joshua, I'm sorry, man. Go ahead.
Is that the only one?
Yeah. Now my point is that I personally don't give a damn one way or the other. I give a fuck about that shit. Okay? I give a fuck about her and King Harry and King Drew, whatever that shit is. I really can.
Man, you sound jealous.
Hold on, let me finish.
Hold on, let me get it out.
My point is this.
Talk about
if I was part of a royal family and someone brought someone else of a non who wasn't the same race, I might have an issue too if I wasn't used to that. You see? So they had a right to a point to be like that. Yo, bro, why you bring that here in this family like that?
The only reason we brought her up because what Chris Rock felt it important to bring up in his so-called comedy special.
Hold on.
You shut up. Your mama's a dog.
Hold on.
You call her a dog?
We need dial it back.
I'm saying because you keep interrupting. And I'm telling you to be quiet.
Okay. We need to dial it back a little bit.
You are a real fool. You just
shut up.
Okay, so look, guys. Listen.
I'm saying this.
We on
so
YouTube.
I'm saying this, Tyrone. I agree with Tyrone that she should have.
Tyrone, this show ain't gonna last that long. I'm telling y'all need to calm down. Calm down.
You are broke, poor.
Come on, Miss Lady.
This is my point, Tyrone.
Okay.
So, Tyrone, can you mute her?
Okay.
Now who's a dog?
Tyrone, can you mute her, bro?
Okay. Listen, calm down. We're gonna move past
You
this
better
little.
tell that fool, don't be
Okay, Miss Lady and Joshua, I got y'all lines muted because y'all getting ready to insult each other, and I am not trying to get this show flagged down again. Joshua, you called this woman a dog for no reason, so she just called you some names back. Let's just call it even, and we can move on with Meghan Markle and the Royals. So y'all just calm down, okay? All right, there we go.
Hey, Tyrone, like I said before, I agree with you. Like I said again, my position stays the same. I don't give a damn. And she got whatever she got from those white folks. It shouldn't surprise her.
That's what you got. What you got, bro?
Tyrone, get her, Tyrone.
Miss Lady, you can go right after Joshua, Miss Lady.
Get her.
You can go right after Joshua, Miss Lady. But let Joshua finish without cutting him off, please.
Okay, now, so that's what I think about the whole thing, Tyrone. That's sensationalism, and they trying to find out why they're the way they are. They knew that again that minority was racist from the start. They were racist when they had Charlotte there. She was going through racism, so that's nothing new with them. Okay, Charlotte. That's where they got the name Charlotte, North Carolina from. Was from her, from a black woman. So my point is that again, that they knew how they were. The queen.
Hold on. Let her finish. And Josh, we're gonna let Miss Lady go right after you.
He's such a simpleton.
Okay, no name calling.
Tyrone, let me say this. Hey, Tyrone. Now you see her. Now, I hadn't said nothing to her, right?
Well, technically you did.
Okay, no, tell me because she kept interrupting me.
Okay, so go ahead and finish up so I can get Miss Lady.
Like I said, man.
Kind of long-winded, though.
No, but I'm trying to get done. If you be quiet. So my point is that, man, I can say less about none of this shit. I think it's sensationalism,
That's the fifth
and all that stuff, man. I'm done.
All right, well, let Miss Lady go. Miss Lady, you go ahead. Oh, she done hung up. She will hang up quick, won't she?
Well, Tyrone, I asked, Meghan Markle isn't the only woman of color in that family. Mm-hmm. Some of them dukes and this and that, they have African wives too. So I think that Harry probably thought his family would show a little bit more decorum than what they did. And I don't know if it was his grandparents, Queen and Philip, or any of them, but I think a lot of that was coming from Charles, and he has the big nerve. I mean, married to cheating on Diana and married to Camilla. There's a bunch of nastiness runs around in that family. But I do think that he thought they would have a little bit more decorum than what they showed. And I think that's what surprised him. And in his brother attacking him, I think that would surprise me too. I married a white man and brought him home. And my mom and my brother, was acting, and my dad and everybody was acting a certain way. I would be surprised that they didn't show a little bit more self-control. So I think that's probably where Harry was coming from.
Yeah, one of the things that the people was concerned about is that once she got with Harry, she was in line, not close in line, but in line to the throne, right? If some tragic accident happened and you would have a black, so she was too close. She was too close for some people. She was too close to the throne to have some black heritage in her, and that kind of brought the racists out of a whole bunch of people. All right, so hold on.
Yeah,
I got
Hey,
two.
Tyrone.
Okay, hold on, Joshua. Let me see who these callers are. Who's this unknown caller?
Hello, this is Gigi.
Hold on, Gigi. Let me check this other line. Who's this other caller? Hello?
Hello.
Hey, who this?
Hello.
Who's this, May?
Miss Lady. My phone call dropped.
Oh,
yeah,
I thought you had quit on us, Miss Lady. So we're gonna let Gigi go.
No, it's not by mistake. No.
We're gonna let.
Listen.
Hey, Tyrone, just let me throw mine in before they get back to arguing.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Let me throw mine in.
No, I'm planning my trip to Greece. I'm not trying to be arguing with no fool that gotta go to Colombia to pick up a $5.
Okay.
Okay, Tyrone.
Okay, look, hold on. We're gonna let Gigi
if
talk.
I cuss the whole out, she don't get off.
Okay. We're gonna let Gigi talk. You and Miss Lady go to y'all neutral corners. Go ahead, Gigi. What's up? How y'all doing tonight?
No, Tyrone, I want to make a point right quick.
Well, hold on. We got to let Gigi just called in, so we're gonna let her speak and let y'all calm down. Go ahead, Gigi.
I would not interrupt this for my life.
Well, you will tonight, damn it. So talk.
Gigi, it's your fault.
Hey, Tyrone, let me throw something in real quick. If Gigi don't want to go.
Go ahead, then, big old
I believe that Harry, through his childhood, has talked to his father, and his father has probably told him that, I fucked several black women, and that shit is delicious, right? And I'm sure he probably watched everybody else around him fuck them black women, you know what I'm saying? So he probably somewhere in there thought it was cool.
No, you need to watch the documentary. That is not the way it happened at all. At all.
Hell, OG was going to say something important.
Hey, Tyrone. Let him
go.
Let me say this, Tyrone. Hey, but you know what though? We got how they felt about the Diana when she was dating Fayette. You knew how they were.
Now hold on. So Joshua was bringing up a good point. Because of the way that they treated that boy's mother, Diana, that kind of made Harry make the decisions that he made about, feeling free about who he cared about with and stuff. But go ahead, Joshua.
Yeah, because his mother was going to what? Marry an Arab. And they was like, oh, we're not going to have that in our family. So, this, and I still believe that they had both murdered. I do believe that. They had murdered. So, but I'm saying that, so we got to just how they felt about that type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Dating interracial. They didn't find it. They wasn't too happy with Diana. They're not too happy with their son. So this is nothing new to that family, like just how it was just stated. That racism was nothing new. And you said that, Tyrone. This is nothing new to them. They do this type of thing. This is their practice.
Listen, they have more to worry about because of the son, the one that was out there hanging out with Epstein, all right? So if they really want to think about, the legacy of their, lineage and all this other shit, well, turn to the son that was out there fucking with underage girls with Epstein and Donald Trump, allegedly.
Jay, the strange thing is, wait a minute, hold on. The strange thing is, Jay, as sick as that is, that didn't make as big as news as Meghan Markle being black.
Right.
Now, that is crazy.
Right. And it's crazy. It goes to show you the bias of the way they run their system. And yeah, I would say the same thing. I agree. On both sides, that it was expected that they would be like that, but then I guess that you thought that they were growing, like what Miss Lady said. So you thought he probably was thinking, damn, my family has grown, they're a little mature. Right, exactly what you just said as well. With the decorum and said, they don't know how to behave themselves and grow to like her, whether they don't like her right now. And he got the reality check, which was they were who they were all the time.
But see, the thing is, it's in the DNA of white people, period, to dislike black people. And I've been saying that for years, and that family displayed it right there. Even though Harry may have thought that his family grew beyond that, but whenever it was put in front of their face, they showed their head. They just show who they are.
Right.
But I just think he thought they was gonna be on a little bit more act right, and they couldn't. They just couldn't.
And I think they're very jealous of Meghan Markle.
I was watching the Diana thing.
They're very jealous of Meghan Markle, Tyrone. They're very jealous and envious of her.
No, I like Meghan Markle.
Everything they are not.
Huh?
She's everything they are not. She's elegant. She's intelligent. She's articulate. She handles herself well. She's been an actress forever. She knows how to comport herself in public. She's been an actress. She was involved in all kind of charity stuff before she met Harry. She worked for the United Nations. She speaks a foreign language. You know, and she's beautiful.
Nobody's hating on Meghan Markle, Miss Lady. I'm not hating
on Meghan Markle. Above all of them, and they know it. So it's a combination of hatred, racism, and envy. Okay. And jealousy.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's racism because whenever Diana made her trip, whenever her and the guy got divorced, she made her trip to the United States and she was hugging on those black kids. They was really tripping on that when I think the kids had HIV or something, and she went to the hospital.
Yeah.
That made a lot of news. So they're racist. They're racist. I don't know what else to say about that. They're just racist.
And Tyrone and Diana was probably the most sincere as far as really showing that example and humanity, etc. She was probably the most sincere out of all of them.
No, I would say Harry is pretty sincere too. Harry is sincere as well.
We hear you.
Oh, I think he just married a black woman to tell the rest of his family to go screw themselves.
I don't know. Look, listen, if you look at it, Harry gave up a lot by marrying Meghan Markle whenever he had to remove himself from the UK and relinquish some duties as royalty and all that kind of stuff. He gave up a lot, so he's paying a penalty.
I don't think he wanted it the way that we think he might have wanted it. I think he wanted to be.
Who the hell wouldn't want it? Shit.
No, he didn't want that.
No. You got to understand. He's going to be rich and famous no matter what he did on this planet.
Well, that's true. That is true.
Son. Yeah. He's Diana's son, so they loved him like they loved her. But he just wanted. He knew he didn't want to be involved in them people anymore. He knew what they were, and he wanted a big FU to his royal family. Yeah, I'm done.
I agree with you. She helped give him. She gave him his out, and because Diana said he used to make jokes when he was little. He would tease his brother. You got to be king, and I don't. I can do what I want to do. So
and listen, Harry. In that documentary, one of them, because I try to watch all them royals, Harry had a racist past too whenever he was young and in the streets. But he said he learned from that. I forgot what he did, but he did something that was blatantly racist when he was younger.
But you want to know what? For anybody who kind of followed them, you asked a lot of black people who kind of followed them. I didn't really follow them, but I always knew that when Harry settled down, if it wasn't a full black woman, it was going to be a part of a black woman. A lot of people knew that Harry, that's what he was always looking at, because they showed pictures up in his school dorm room and stuff when he was in school. Who pictures did he have up over his bed? A big old picture of Halle Berry in a bikini. So I knew what Harry was leaning towards anyway, and maybe they thought he would get that out of his system. You could tell that that's what he liked with black women. You could tell, and they probably was hoping he would get it out of his system, and he did the next best thing. He got with Meghan Markle. She can't really pass for white, but she looks white enough. So he compromised.
She looks like Queenie, like a motherfucker. That's Queenie.
Well, hell no, she can pass for white. Hell, I thought she was white.
That's Queen right there. That's Queen right there. What?
She don't look. Meghan can't pass. She's the type of person that you look at and go, is she white or something is going on there?
Yeah.
But she has a beautiful silk press in her hair. So if you look at the pictures when she was little, but I had a lot of people say that she is white passing. She was white passing. That never made sense.
What was that movie?
Because she never. I don't think Meghan Markle. No, but Meghan Markle never denied her mother. She never hid her mother. So how could you white pass if everybody knows who your mother and what your mother looks like? So she said she wasn't white passing.
No, I'm looking at her now. She look like a white woman.
No, she don't.
Right.
She looked like a white woman to me.
Like a woman. Pull up the pictures when she was little.
Huh?
She don't look like a white. She look like a woman that's mixed with something. That's what she always looked like to me. But she's not white passing. If you know who her mother is, if you Big O.C. is talking about that movie Imitation of Life. That girl was hiding her mother and stuff. Meghan Markle never hid her mother. She's never done that.
No, I'm not saying hide. I'm just saying she can pass. She just
Right, if you never knew about
from the movie.
You just looked at her.
She even got a white person smile. So you could tell she's an actress, so she's been trained, certain things. I'm sure she's been trained.
She looked like
white.
She looked like a woman mixed with something, but she don't look like
She kind of favors Stacey. She kind of favors Stacey Dash, but Stacey Dash has got a darker hue than Meghan Markle. No, this look like a white woman, Elisa. I'm sorry.
No, she don't. She look like a woman mixed with
Look at her hair, how her hair hangs. Her hair blow like a white woman hair.
She has a silk press in her hair. Pull up the pictures when she was little. She doesn't look like a white woman. She doesn't. She doesn't look like a white.
She done trained the black up out of her. That's all I'm gonna tell you. That's what she looked like in these.
She doesn't look like a white woman.
Well, there she is when she was young. She's still kind of pushing.
Did she wear Jordan? Oh no.
Is she kind of pushing that
Timberland?
No, pull up the pictures when she was a child.
They on the screen now.
What? What you say?
There you go. That cannot pass for white.
She wore Adidas.
That can't pass for what? She has a silk press in her hair. I think she had a nose job done. But you look at her pictures when she was little. That can't pass. That cannot pass.
You look
I don't know, Elisa. I don't know.
That little girl right there. That little girl right there with that kinky hair and puffball can pass as white.
Well, she ain't gonna be hanging out with Keisha and them.
Can that pass? No.
She gonna be hanging out with Kiki and them.
Kiki will be kicking her ass every day.
Nah, but I get it. She's a mixed woman, and ain't nothing wrong with that. And
yeah, she's mixed. She's a mixed woman. I think she got a nose job and she got a great silk press in her hair. But Meghan Markle don't look. She looks like a woman mixed with something, a twins or something in there. That's what she looks like to me. A woman mixed with something. She doesn't look 100% white. Because I got people in my family look like that. That's why when I say, I got people in my family that look whiter than that, and they got 2 black parents. So, no, she doesn't look white to me. And Tyrone, you gonna tell me that little girl right there can pass? No. Her children can, but she couldn't.
Her children look white, don't they? I think they showed them on the show.
That's what I said. They can pass.
Well, yeah, you can get it up out of you, like they say. Tiger Woods, when you look at Tiger Woods' little son, it's hard to find a black in him. He just looks like a little tan little motherfucker from Australia or something.
But that right there, Tyrone, you see what I'm talking about? That right there can't pass.
Well, yeah, she looks mixed as a child.
Well, I think what happens is too, Tyrone, is I think long hair and being thin is kind of what they casted out there as being white. You know what I'm saying? The nose and thin down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she done thin that out. So she done tried, like I said, she been training the black up out of her. She done trained that out. You ain't gonna see the motherfucking curls no more. All that, these curls and these younger photos, all that shit. You ain't seeing that shit no more. She'll be damned if you see them edges again. You gonna see them edges again.
She got an expensive silk press. She ain't going back to that way.
That shit getting done. That shit getting done weekly.
Yeah.
She's getting the best of the best.
You want to get no cornrows? You want to do cornrows?
Oh hell no.
Nope.
Hell no. She ain't got the audacity. You know what I'm saying? She ain't gonna do it.
All her friends are white. She claims that she's friends with Serena Williams. Well, you can. I mean.
Well, yeah, Serena Williams went to their wedding, I think.
She look a little bit
like Did Serena marry a British dude?
Huh?
She looks a little like Stacey Dash.
Yeah, that's what I said. She looked like Stacey Dash, but Stacey Dash got a darker complexion.
But not no more.
A whiter mind.
She kind of look like AOC a little bit.
Look like AOC.
Puerto Rican and shit.
But just like Mariah Carey can't bad because you look at her and say, "Oh, she mixed with something." That's Mariah Carey.
I guess Stacey Dash kind of fell by the wayside, huh?
What is Mariah Carey? What is she?
Let Stacey Dash get old, man. Okay, let her get old. They all got
what is she? What is Mariah Carey? Is she just a mulatto or what?
She's black and white.
Yeah, she's mixed.
Oh.
I think her mother's white, her father's black.
Hmm.
She do
Alfred and Patricia were an interracial couple. They faced racism and violence in the 60s. Yeah, she got a regular old nigga dad, nigga with a goatee and shit, big ass smile. Alfred and shit.
So do Mariah Carey look mixed to y'all?
Yeah. Well, yes. Well, yeah, but there are black folks that look like Mariah Carey.
Yeah.
Full black folks. I got them in my family that look like
that.
Yeah,
I've seen black folks that look like that.
They got two black parents and they looking like that. So that's why I say
because I'm like that. I'm part Chinese and part black.
Oh shit.
Wait a minute. I know your African ass ain't no part nothing. You 100% African.
Who?
Joshua.
Joshua?
He got to be 100% African.
Hell yeah, 100%. From Botswana, nigga, you ain't got no European. You done your blood work. You done your blood work, yeah, Joshua. You ain't gonna say nothing when you do it anyway. It's gonna come up. You gonna have Dutch, Irish,
my DNA?
Shit, nigga.
Yeah, he did his DNA already.
Yeah, I did my DNA.
What, you Dutch? Where you from? Dutch? What, you got some Irish in there?
Well, that part don't count. That part don't count.
Don't tell that to Sarge. Don't tell that to Sarge. Don't let Sarge hear that.
You got a little bit of Neanderthal in there. Don't let Sarge hear that. He wants his
I'm 48% Nigerian.
That's Meghan Markle's father got that all up in there.
Yeah.
But y'all need to watch that show. It's pretty good actually. I don't think I watched the last episode. But it's pretty all the royal shows, The Crown, all that stuff is good.
Yeah.
With Princess Diana.
I've been told, Tyrone, that I look like I'm from the Fiji Islands. Yeah. I've been told that before.
But anyway,
all right, Billy D. Williams.
Tyrone, we talked about nonsense tonight, but next week is on because everybody needs to hear about what's going on in Florida and what the governor's trying to do. He's trying to take away funds and money that they give to the colleges who has black Greeks. They're trying to do away with that, with the black Greeks. And so that's going on, and the different bills and things that they're passing.
With the black Greeks.
Greeks, the sororities and fraternities, the black Greeks.
Oh, you talking about them niggas
I heard about that, yeah.
You talking about them niggas that be stepping and shit?
Yeah, the
get rid of
Greeks.
them niggas.
And they trying to, whatever schools has those associations or those different Greek fraternities and sororities that are black, they want to withhold funds.
Yeah.
And the different bills and things that they're passing in Mississippi, which is the blackest state. And the people there, I don't know what they're doing if they're not paying attention. There's all kinds of things going on that we really need to find out about. Yeah, because if a lot of these things pass in these states, then you have some of these other reckless governors, like in South Carolina and some of these other states, they will probably try and do the same thing. There's a lot of serious things going on that the people need to be aware of And I know we talked about Meghan Markle and all of that, and the Will Smith and all them slapping. Them people is rich, but the things that's going on out here is very important that we kind of keep up with this stuff. And Mike Pillow said that his company going broke. Oh, and then in San Francisco, some of the council people is trying to push for reparations for all the black people there in San Francisco who qualify. They talking about trying to get $5 million to each one, and they have it broken up over a certain amount of years. I think like $80,000 a year that they would get. I don't know if anything like that will pass, but that is what they're asking for, because San Francisco is talking about doing some type of reparations. They shooting high, so we'll have to see how that goes.
Lisa, but you know what, Lisa? They're on the city council and the city government was on board. They're actually on board with that. I mean, as just as talk. So they're on board. Yeah. But the problem was, I think you know about the second part. You probably was going to say it, but going to say it about the person who is against it.
Yeah. So.
Well, I heard the NAACP was against reparations.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, they were against it. I'm like, you know, Tyrone, that joker that stood on the board and said that, I would have ran down that damn NAACP member. I would have beat his ass over that day. I would have said, what's wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? But he wants to reject that. He thinks that the reparations should be what? A cultural center, programs. I'm like, sir, that's the same thing that we've been doing. That hasn't worked.
Excuse me, why did the NAACP not want us to get reparations? Anybody know?
They don't want the money.
They're not run by black folks.
They don't
run by black folks.
Yeah, but they don't want the money to go directly to black people. They want it to go for recreation centers, supporting the schools, you know, that type of stuff.
They want to be able to get the money so they can.
All right, so let me get brother G. What's up, brother G?
Hey, how you doing, man? I'm over here smiling. I'm enjoying the show, man. Great show. Hey, but Tyrone, if you get a chance, pull up the Screen Actors Guild, and then you'll see a lot what's on there, because that's a union. And as you look at that as a union, when you go back to think about the young man that smacked the other young man, and then look at the setting that you never ever seen the Oscars set up in that manner. And they're going to put it on COVID, of course. But the challenges that was going on with the union was that they were being interrupted by Warner Brothers bringing in China with their company. I forget the name of their company, Flag something. And then you had the Europeans. And as you're noticing now, a lot of these guilds are not only in Hollywood, but they're setting up productions in other states, Georgia, Massachusetts, wherever, so they could film in different areas, especially Ontario, things like that. What's your point? So my point is, I don't want to say it was staged, but the guild was under a lot of pressure. And some of the things that were mentioned tonight was to identify people making revenue. Because a lot of the filming was coming out of the British area, Bali, Africa, China. So this union was facing a lot of discrepancy when it came to money. So it may have had a little staging in it. And that young lady, Marco, she looked white, man.
Who's this other caller? Who's this other line I just opened?
Big J here. I gotta say something. There is a point of what the NAACP is talking about. See, if you really sit there and think about more people moving out of California. California is getting about to run itself into debt. So how are you gonna give reparations when your state is losing population and your state is already in decline? It wouldn't make any sense to give anybody reparations if you already in financial decline. It doesn't make any sense. And I wish people would think bigger than would think outside and say, oh, okay, I see why some people are not who was for it are now against it. You were for it at the wrong time. That's all I'm going to say. I back away.
Well, I mean, to Big J, I usually agree with Big J, but I go a different way with him. It doesn't matter who's in decline or not. Reparations is because of the origins and the economic status of this community, and the unequal access to resources over time. So whether the state is in decline, the state is going to get money from the federal government anyway, and if it's a program developed to pay reparations, then I'm pretty sure they're gonna have some type of money they're gonna get the government to cover that program. But the point is, it doesn't matter if they're in decline or not. They need to budget. They need to.
But the American debt is almost in the trillions. How long and how far enough allow this country will allow itself to be this debt to be up in the trillions? You can't sustain that number for long. Just like happened to that, we got two banks that went under within the past six months. Within the past 6 months, the two major banks in America, in the Western world, collapsing. John, it's like people. Okay, what?
No, I mean, I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you.
Bank of America, Big J. Niggas got their money in Wells Fargo.
Listen to what I'm saying, though. Let's take the farmers of America, right? Everybody keeps talking about American debt and American deficit and all that kind of stuff. So America's in debt. But in 2016, they found a way to give the farmers, the white farmers in this country, reparations, and they still giving it to them to today. We not saying anything about it. It's not making headline, but you can Google it and see that when Donald Trump did them fucking tariffs and whatever the fucking fucked up these farmers over here, those farmers got reparations and they're getting checks from the government till this day.
Yeah, and guess what? Hold on. As somebody who's in the agriculture sector, agriculture is fucked up. Eggs going up. $20 to buy 4 packs of chicken wings.
Wow.
That's why I don't. Because we pay people now. Well, for one, we pay people not to grow anything. Two, the Mississippi River dried up. The third thing, China's bullshit. And then four, other issues that I can't sit there and explain to you within less than 30 minutes. So there's a whole lot of factors. But the point is, though, if you were so much to do that,
we can give Ukraine billions of dollars, though.
Right. But let me say this. As far as the reparations thing, that's not all of California. That's San Francisco. Los Angeles is doing their own committee. So their figures and what they got planned is totally different from what they're doing in San Francisco. The only reason why I think that the city government in San Francisco was on board with the $5 million in talks, because the black population in San Francisco is not that big. It's only like 6%, 8%, something like that. So they said that, hey, our black population is not big anymore. A lot of blacks have moved out of San Francisco. Okay, so this is why I think that they were kind of on board with that whole idea about the $5 million for each black person in San Francisco. But you have the situation that went down within the last meeting where you had the NAACP president, Amos Brown. Matter of fact, Reverend Amos Brown, who came forward and he suggested his plan. And he said he thought that cash payments wouldn't be a great idea, which I think is dumb. That's why I said somebody should walk down down that platform and beat his ass and tell him to get the hell out of here. But that didn't happen. So, but I'm saying, man, but the whole idea of reparations in each state is different. I mean, in each city is going to be different. So that's how that's going to happen. So yeah, so he was wrong. He was wrong. He was wrong to do that. He was dead wrong.
So you want to kick somebody's ass because of the disagree. Okay. Anyway,
DJ, I said that for a reason. I'm saying it gets to a point where you get tired of people playing with the lives of black people. He can't speak for other black folk. He can't. So his suggestion should be just a suggestion. He had no business to go up there and say, I think we should reject that. Dude, he has no right to get up there and say that. He can't speak for all black folk. He can't.
Well, guess what? Though? Guess what? Other black people, Tyrese and she can't speak for other black people either. And I disagree with his ass.
Yeah.
So I mean, are we at a point now? Are we at a point now? We can't have a disagreement. We at a point now. We can't have a disagreement now.
Well, it gets to a point, DJ, that sometimes black folks have got to learn to be monolithic, and in situations like this.
Well, I'm a human being. You're a separate human being. I'm not me. You ain't gonna think that.
Okay, fine. We gotta get out that thinking sometimes.
Get out what a thinking.
It comes to a point sometimes, Big J, that black folks gotta say, hey, this is the time that we have to be a little monolithic together. Okay, we can't be saying this and this. That's like the brother in Los Angeles that got me, the Morris brother, that got on the platform and said that he told them that we should get instead of getting cash payments, we should get gold. I said, things like this one. They're like, we should get together this once.
Well, actually, the brother is right. Because if you look at monetary policy, if you look at monetary policy, you see them banks are selling. You see these American dollars don't have its weight like it used to be. Yes, I'd rather have gold.
Right, and I get that. I got his point. But at the time, you gotta learn. I don't always agree with everything I hear about reparations either, but there's understanding that I have to learn how to be monolithic at times with people. We can't be arguing all the time or having disagreements. We gotta sometimes say, okay, let's all agree right now, and then we get to the next step. Then we can have a disagreement behind closed doors, and maybe we can come up with something else. What he should have said in San Francisco is, look, I think that we should have this program plus the cash. That's what he should have said. That way he stays in unity with the rest of the people. That's what he should have done.
Yeah, Tyrone, can I say something?
I wish people would actually look at monetary policy. You see you run on the bank. There's running the banks all over the place, across the world. And that whole idea which y'all talking about, y'all not going to succeed now because they're doing it at the wrong time. Y'all want to be monolithic, you're being monolithic at the wrong time. This is not the time to do it. Why? Because the dollar is no longer as strong as it used to be. People are buying homes like they used to be. People are not having kids like they used to be. You know, the concept what you're talking about should have been done 20, 30 years ago when that dollar bill. Hold on. When that dollar bill had weight. When there was, hold on. I'm going to say. God damn it. I'm going to say it. Just telling you niggas that trying to dictate how I should think. I'm telling you what's going on. If you look at monetary policy around the world, the dollar is not holding weight.
Okay.
The thing is,
I get that. Okay.
20, 30 years ago, I would agree with you. Right now, this is the wrong time to sit there where everybody talking about we need reparations now. No, how? When you're $1 billion in debt, when you got the World Bank run out of money.
I don't care about the American debt. That's not my problem.
You don't care about. Hey, hold on. See that right there? See what he just said? You don't care about the American. Hold on. You don't care about the American debt.
Big J.
But you live in the United States of America. Hold on. You live in the United States of America, don't
I don't
do you?
give a goddamn.
Do you
That's
live in
not
the
my
United States of
problem.
America? Do you? Mr.
But
Passport,
that's
bro.
not my problem.
Mr. I can't get a woman because of white supremacy. You thought that would be going on. I gotta go into this dude. I don't care about the American debt.
Big J.
Big J. Well, guess what?
Quick question.
No, the American debt. The American debt is actually affecting black people. The American debt is affecting black people, nigga.
Can I say something before you get the question?
Damn.
Can I say something real quick? Before you do the questioning? I kind of agree with Big J, but I'm just saying this, only one thing. That thing that they're offering in California, be leery of because they put the word pilot on it. Meaning they don't have to go forward in it. They can drop it anytime they want. Look at it. It's called pilot. And Tyrone, you know how you feel about the church. They want to put that in the hands of the church. How they disperse. Yeah. Yeah, look that up. Look that up.
Somewhere, somehow.
Yeah, they got. Yeah, you think they're just gonna hand it over to a group? That thing's gonna go to a church, man. Come on, man, y'all better look at this whole thing. And I'm kind of
allocated, right?
Right. Watch how they do. That's what I'm getting at. And it's a pilot program. They're gonna start in the church first. Y'all better be leery because it's not. And I gotta agree with Jay. This ain't the right time. This ain't the right time. You will get shortchanged.
Okay.
You will get shortchanged. I heard they got a price amount of 300 some odd thousand already. Now 300,000 enough.
Brother G, when's the right time, bro?
I'm saying, as if you're looking at what's going on out of the bankruptcies or the bullshit they're calling the run on the bank. Jay just told you that the dollar significant won't even have its true value, that even if they gave that amount to you, it wouldn't be worth nothing, is what he's trying to explain to you.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I heard that. Okay, that's not my argument. Okay, I heard all that. I heard that 5 years ago. I heard all that. Okay, the most significant thing with the brother said in Los Angeles, the more, he was right. I agree with him, but he has to understand.
I'm gonna say this and back up. I kind of like the Chris Rock in the other conversation. That shit was hidden. I'm bagging out now.
Hold on, listen what I'm saying. He has to bring that to the commission of the reparations and say, hey, I think we should also ask them this. That's what he should do. This is what I'm saying. Be organized about shit. That's my point. Let's not be all wild all over the damn place. You see, be organized about it. They could have said behind closed doors, oh, we didn't think about that. That they might make the dollar drop on purpose. We didn't think about that.
Well, look, I would say
there is a bill right now to digitize money.
Right, Jay, I know all that, bro. You're not telling me something I don't know.
It gets what? Soon as they give you the money, because we know how some of you Negroes are. Cut me a check. But soon as so you lay in bed, guess what they're gonna do with that monetized money? They can take the money out of your bank as you are sleeping, or decrease its value. So usually as you lay in bed, you might wake up in the morning, say, what the fuck just happened? Y'all gotta think deeper than what y'all thinking right now.
What's weird is, hold on, Joshua. What's weird is when you talk about this digitizing money and they're gonna take it out your bank, you know what, Jay? That means they're gonna be doing that to millions upon millions and millions of people. So you're telling me?
Oh, they already started.
They're ready to crash the system. So what you're telling me is that they're gonna crash the system.
Yes, they're going to crash the system.
What does it matter then? What can I do to stop it if they want to crash it, Jay? What can I do to stop that?
You're focused on the wrong thing. I'm trying to tell y'all focus on the wrong shit at the wrong time.
What can I do to stop the crash?
I ain't telling you how to stop the crash. Why are you running interference when I'm putting a fact out? You always do that though. I've got your name. What's his name again? I forgot his name.
Big OC.
Okay.
when you're talking about the debt, when has the debt ever mattered?
The debt has always mattered. Just like what they're doing to the Ukraine. Hold on. Just like though they're taking money out of Social Security to give it to the Ukrainians. Y'all, I don't know, y'all know about that.
Take some of it out then and give it to me for my reparations.
Hey, Tyrone.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tyrone,
y'all ain't gonna.
Tyrone,
when they ain't gonna give it, to you, y'all are not gonna like it.
All right, I heard you. Can I ask Tyrone a question? Tyrone.
Yeah, go ahead.
Didn't that Marco? Don't she look Spanish a little more Spanish than she do black and white?
No, she just looks like a mixed woman. To me, she looks
a mix like how?
Just mixed, you know, two races.
She look Latino a little bit.
Yeah, Stacey Dash Spanish version.
Yeah, man. That's what she looked like to me.
She be with the maracas. She's with the maracas.
And hey, I've never heard this lady go so. Hey, listen, Miss Lady went thuggish to protect you.
Don't you mess with me.
Hey, Tyrone.
Yeah.
Did you hear what happened about the young brother down there was murdered in Mississippi? Now, that murder happened a year ago, and they still talk. They just brought it back up. They said the parents got them to admit that he was lynched. She got to admit that this was a homicide.
I think Lisa had that story.
They found his neck severed, and they found that his spine was taken. His spine was taken out, and they said that when Benjamin Crump went to go view his body, they thought the head was in the box and his spine was in the box. That's according to what they said. And Crump looked at him and was like, "Really, y'all saying this animal did this? Really? This young man was murdered. Period." And so that's back in. It's back in the news now about this young black man in Mississippi that got caught up in Mississippi and got murdered.
Right. Hey, can I ask another question?
Yeah.
This one's towards Mr. Lisa and Miss Lady. Why y'all going so hard for this young lady, Merkel? That's all I want to know. Merkel, whatever her name, big wife.
Meghan Markle. Oh no, I was.
Yeah, why y'all go so hard? Why y'all protect her like that? I'm just curious. Let me hear it. Ain't no feedback from me. I just want to hear it.
Oh, okay. It's not so much that it's about Meghan Markle, because I don't follow her or anything. We were talking about the treatment that she was getting, and I don't care who you are. If you're getting that type of bad treatment, especially that type of racist treatment, I'm going to speak up for you. That's basically all it is to me. Because I don't follow her or Harry or anything like that. But it's just what she went through. Then I saw the nasty, mean things that white people were saying, especially white women. And, I'll speak up for you a little bit. That's all that really was for me. I just speak up for her.
I hear you.
Any black person that's going through, well, she's not, but she's biracial. Biracial, part black, quarter black, whatever. If you going through stuff like that, yeah, I'll speak up for you and defend you. I don't care, black man, black woman, black child. I will do that. That's what it is for me. I don't follow them. But for me, it was just awful to see what she was going through. And them old racist people and stuff over there. And then our community calling her, the killing people in our community calling her a bad wench and stuff like that. That gets under my skin. I mean, regardless of what she should have known, didn't know, regardless of all of that, that treatment was awful. It was just awful. I think so. So that's what it was for me.
Yeah, but I would love to sit here and say something about that because I want to be on her side, but I can't because
you were a hater.
Because at some point, you need to know when to shut the fuck up. Because the thing is, for me is, okay, you knew that if you was warned not to joining that family, why should you do it in the first place? And second, though, knowing the fact though that there was tensions already with the how the British politics is, you gonna come up there and add and distort that, bring more unwanted problems over there. And you're just picking a fraud, and then now Oprah Winfrey and Gayle King stick their nose up in that person's private business. I'm tired of that shit too. That's one reason why I don't like Oprah or Gayle King. They do that bullshit. They like to pick the fraud and get up in people's business. No, mind your business.
But Big J, let me say this. But I heard her husband coming back, and this is, I don't think the bigger picture, by them coming back and telling their story, and of course they're going to tell it to Oprah because they want this. She's like, her and Gayle, they're like the biggest platforms. What that did, some of these Caribbean countries, they disavowed them and they moved out of their money and stuff they was paying for tax. This is the Queen and this and that. A lot of them countries cut that out. They cut it off. They're no longer a part of that empire. So that was a good thing that came from it after they started hearing all of that. And I was glad to see Jamaica and some of those other Caribbean countries. After all that came out, which they should have known that too, but after all of that, a lot of them, they left the empire. They did. They're no longer paying money and stuff to the Queen like they should have been cut off 20, 30, 40 years, 50 years ago. So that was a plus that came from that. So I don't mind them exposing it. I don't mind them exposing it because that helps some of them get up off their black asses and pull out them out of that thing and stop sending money to support the Queen. They had no business doing that.
Well, yeah, you can't blame Meghan Markle. She's just responding to the way she's getting treated. It's like her and Harry fell in love, right? They got in a relationship, and once they got in a relationship, then that's when they found out how people was treating them, and that's what they're responding to. As a matter of fact, I think they were trying to keep the relationship secret at first until a tabloid found out, and then that's when it came out.
Well, Tom, if people understand how people are married in the British royal family, the queen have to give the blessing for the marriage to happen. So if she gives all these blessings for all these marriages to happen, well, she could have had the right. If everybody wants to say, well, blame her for it, if that was the case, then she would have been not give Prince Harry and Mary Meghan not denied the blessing to get married because it's by British law and British tradition.
I'm saying they started dating first.
On her, huh?
They started dating first. It wasn't about marriage and all of that. They were just dating, and then it got more serious. And as they got more serious, the tabloids caught on. And then when the tabloids started demonizing her and Harry, they decided to strike back. And one of the ways that they struck back was going on Oprah. Another way that they struck back was writing these little memoirs or whatever and talking to the media.
But see, one thing, the monarchy didn't fight back at the tabloids when they were doing all of that. One of the reasons, because they know that their monarchy is hanging on by threads. So they let them run wild. Or their monarchy, they don't want to turn all them Brits against them because some of their tax dollars go to support that. So they kept their mouth shut, and them people went wild over there. And the monarchy wasn't going to say a word because they don't want them people to turn on them. Because I do wonder how long will that monarchy last, but they're still existing at the behalf of the people. And if they come striking out at them people, y'all doing this, y'all doing that, they turn on them, their monarchy is over.
They walking on a thin line, right?
Yes, they're on a very thin
because
line.
they're trying to hold on to that whole concept that we. It's almost like the way religion and churches. It's like a lot of people are getting away from that, and they have a new mindset. Like that shit is ancient. So there's people still holding on to it, and then try to push it on to the new generation. But a lot of people are just rejecting it. I don't care, and a lot of people are getting pissed off that they gotta pay for it. That's what they're getting at. It's like, well, we gotta pay for this royal shit? Nah, so it's a lot of people are getting away, and like you said, they're holding on to anything they can. So they have to walk a thin line and be nice, fake shit sometimes, and pander or whatever, because they holding on. It's not like we gotta kiss their ass anymore.
They holding on because if you go back in history, all these other countries and stuff, they had monarchies. And right around the turn of the century, they started bragging.
I don't know.
They started bragging out in the street, doing all that stuff. The Brits, they said
Mr. Lisa.
For the dear life.
Mr. Lisa, it says that King Charles III is still holds the realm over 15 particular Commonwealth countries. Jamaica's one of them.
Yeah.
It says. Let me read it. It says. Let me read it. Let me read it. It says the country. I'm just going by the British Empire. The countries that remain Commonwealth realm and the British monarch as its head of state, represented by the appointed Governor General. Nowadays, the British monarch rules over 15 remaining realms, including United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, Jamaica, Antigua, Bermuda, Bahamas, Belize, Grenada.
Belize, yeah. So let me ask you a question.
Yeah, so they still have rules.
No, Jamaica announced that they're pulling out. I think in another year, and then some other Caribbean countries.
They're gonna pull out.
Barbados became independent.
How they gonna pull out the Magna Carta, y'all? How they gonna pull out the Magna Carta?
Let me ask you a question.
No, but the Magna Carta is still around. I mean, Zambia.
That's my point.
The Magna Carta is still Zambia.
Barbados just pulled away from their whoever was holding them down, colonizing them. But I want to ask you a question real quick, G. Are you saying so? Let's the way they make their money, right? Is it that the British whole empire and again, not the government. We're separating it in a sense. Yes, they might be part of the government. But I'm saying the royal family, how they live their life. If they're not working a regular job, how they pay Buckingham Palace. Is that through the taxes that they generate through these outside places like Jamaica or the islands that are owned by UK?
I dare not go that far, but speculation is. Let me go here. Let me finish. Speculation is that these commonwealths somehow, some way, still pay homage to the empire. Now,
part of the British taxes. Part of the British taxes go to the monarchy. That's
okay. I didn't want to go that far. Because once you start talking about that, then the people are saying nah. So when you start hearing this word Commonwealth, you think about the British Empire. So they getting homage somehow, some way. Somebody's respecting these individuals to what they're doing, and it ain't the United Kingdom; it's the monarch. They pay homage to the monarch,
and they pay taxes to them. All of those countries.
Okay.
They pay them money. They give the They give the monarchy money. That's the thing. And besides, they had their own money and businesses too. They had their own money and they had their own businesses too. So that's where a lot of their wealth, stolen wealth, comes from. But they do have their own money too.
So any country that has a commonwealth has affiliation with the monarch. That's all I want to say right now. I dare not even talk about the United States. I'm gonna leave that one alone. But I'm just saying, there's some things whereas I'm saying like this, people are starting to wake up. There's a lot of things that's changing. I think Big J brought in a lot of good information. Thank you, Big J. And This was a great goddamn show tonight, man. Thank you, Tyrone.
Yeah, on that note, I'm going to open up all the lines, guys. I didn't even realize it was 12:38, so I'm going to open them up. Appreciate it, Miss Lisa.
Q&A session is over. All participants are unmuted.
To a lot of the stories and everything. I'm surprised I sat here talking about the monarch, something that doesn't have anything to do with us tonight. But it was interesting.
No,
Yeah,
maybe
I don't know how we as a community is still so divided on reparations. And it's simple to me. And Big J brought up a lot of good points, and Brother G did too. But my thing is, it just needs to happen. If they make some mistakes along the way, then at least it happens. Correct that as you go along. But something needs to get passed that says reparations toward black people, and maybe further on down the line, other things can get passed, but something needs to get passed first, initially.
Tyrone, I like what you're saying. I'm saying that it needs to be recognized at the federal level other than the state, because it can get lost in the state. And so if something gets lost in a pilot program, it's a warning to whatever may happen. So I'm saying before they start wanting to calculate, we did our share and that's it. We have to be careful of that, because where's the 40 acres and a mule?
Well, no, I'm saying though, like, let's say it happened, like, I guess y'all talking about San Francisco. Let's say that could give other attorneys and lawyers something to go on, something that passed legally, and they can make it bigger. As long as we don't have nothing passed, then nobody can argue anything. If we sit here and argue about, the way to do it, pass something, and you can add to whatever that is.
So this is what I want to say. I really want to beat it up. Okay, so reparation is really most times identified through a larger court other than the United States court. Mm-hmm. I say if reparations is going to come, let it go through however you want to go through, World Court, United Nations, and in that way it's really on the docket, and in that way they can't run away from it. I don't trust reparations. I don't trust reparations in the hands of the U.S. courts.
But I'm saying, in order for it to get there, it's got to work its way up. And if you start at these smaller levels with something that's tangible, then you can use that as a footstool to work your way up to the World Court or whatever,
So I guess I can say I'm old enough that I can recall the last reparations towards 68 going into the 70s. That was a pilot program. Here we are again.
I think so. I've been saying this, but people don't want to hear it because everybody wants to reinvent the wheel. But I think the best avenue is go by the Freedmen's Bureau. Since everybody wants to talk about Section 1.
Right, the Freedmen's Bureau that they never opened, that they vetoed.
The Freedmen's Bureau was shut. The Freedmen's Bureau was shut down in 1873. It was shut down in 1873 because their excuse was we got to fight Geronimo and
the Reconstruction,
right,
and it should have went forward, and it never went forward.
But here is the thing, though: each state, like Texas, or all of the Confederate states. Hold on. They have the list of the slaves. They have the list of the people where the money should be going to. And you get people like Tariq Nasheed and the ADOS, FBA movements keep on bringing up, we need Section HB such and such happened. No, they already got the list names of our great-grandparents and shit. All you got to do is go look up on the ledgers and look at who are descendants of those people on that ledger. You give the money to them. So we can skip all this bullshit about what dumbass Tone Talks was doing. We can skip all the bullshit what Tariq and Phil the Advice Show was trying to do. You can skip all that bullshit. All that is just a grift move.
Well, yeah, I mean that's an option, right? But California's already got something on the pot. And whatever that is, I know a lot of people don't agree with it, but if it go ahead and pass through, people can do other things because that one at least passed. It's not pretty, it's not perfect, it's not the Freedmen's Bureau, it's not none of that. But at least something to be passed.
Not to interrupt you, Tyrone. My only concern is when you go into the courts, you have to be accurate with your language. You can't use the word African because they weren't called African back then. So as you modernize the language and whatever you propose, that's where they're going to go, however you bring forth in the language to this U.S. court. That's the danger.
I think they're being pretty specific out there in California when they say descendants of slaves. I think that's the kind of language that they're using.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. They're not saying African. They're not saying none of that. They're just saying descendants of slaves. That's it. That's all they're saying.
So where the Africans from? I mean, where the slaves from?
Okay. No, but see, that's the deal. But Brother G, listen, you're complicating it, right? Because we're talking about America.
Not trying to.
Listen to what I'm saying. We're talking about America, and the problem that America had economically was the slavery, right? So whenever you use the language descendant of slaves, of course, like you're right, there is Africans from Africa, but whenever you're talking about descendants of slaves in this country, you're talking about up under this government and the slaves that was here. So that's pretty specific.
I like what you're saying, but if you don't have a role, like Big J say, where a lot of the freedmen did put their role, because the way you use your role was with deeds of land.
Even with Big J's freedmen, right? Listen to the name of that. Freedman. Freed from what?
It had a few names. It had the refugees also. Domestic refugees. They had the word refugee. The refugee. Go ahead.
The full name was Freedmen's Bureau and Freedmen's and Refugees Bureau. That's the name had to be shortened to Freedmen's Bureau. But the point is, but the thing is though, you go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You're on top of it. It's just that they had the role, Tyrone. So I'm saying it's almost like they had those who were here. Why wasn't that bureau forwarded like the Indians Bureau? And they try to actually combine them both. So it's really dealing with the money, because the Interior Secretary is in charge of that bureau.
Yeah, I got you, man. But I think you're talking about nationwide. I'm talking
about the government, to how they started it and they didn't carry it out.
Right, that's the nation. But what I'm saying is these people out here in California, they need to go ahead and do whatever they need to do to get this thing done. They need to sign something and say, okay, you guys gonna get your $5 million. Now, $5 million ain't nowhere near enough. But what I'm trying to say,
you think they get $5 million?
Huh?
You think the amount was $5 million? Is that what they said?
Yeah, that's what this article is saying. It says $5 million to every eligible person or to anyone of the more than 100 other recommendations by the advisory committee. But they're gonna give them $5 million. Let's say that's the number.
That ain't going to happen.
That ain't nowhere near enough. That ain't nowhere near enough. But what I'm saying is that's a start. Because in order to for real reparation, you get the check, but you also get access to resources and education and jobs and all that kind of shit too.
Yeah, and Brother G, this is my point. Why can we have all of that? Why can we have the cash, redo the Freedmen's Bureau, redo that too, redo all that? Why can't we have that too? Because see, here's the point. It doesn't matter what they give us. We can never accumulate enough wealth to catch up with quote white folk. That's not going to happen. But what we can do is that we can get in positions of finance empowerment where we are doing things for ourselves. That's what we can do, especially for those who want to do that. Now, again, I'm not going no person's hand and trying to tell them what to do with their money. If they want to go out and buy 10 Cadillacs, that's on them. That's their problem. Okay?
This is just wishful
that's how
dreaming.
we need to.
That's not going to happen. If they
That's
get
how we
$10,000,
I want to say.
Hold on, let me finish. That's how we need to do this. Okay? That's all I'm saying. That's how it needs to be done.
I want to say
make up about 5% of the population in the state of California. That's not going to happen. They're going to have a proposition so fast.
Brother G, now, Brother G, now,
and it's not going to pass. So this is just wishful thinking. It's dreaming.
I sure hope it passes with some California roots that I got, but it's all good. I know.
Like I said,
good to hear your voice, man. But I did want to say this.
This is all talk, Brother G. This is just talk right now. This is just a virus. This is at the stage where they're trying to come up with something. Yes. But with the funny thing about what was said, that it actually got people on board, not black folks on board with this. You got the people who are the ones who are going to help disseminate some of this quote money. If we get it, I mean not we, but if they get it in San Francisco, it's in fact, they're on board with this. Now that little joker who's at the last meeting and got and made those comments that he wants to reject the idea of that. Like I said before, busting right side of his goddamn head, but running his mouth.
Gotcha. So that's why I wanted to say quickly, and it was good to hear Howard's voice because I'm smiling right now.
Howard.
Hey, how you doing, sister?
Nice to hear the masculine voices on the line.
So I'm smiling right now, and I want to say this in my masculine voice. In my humility, I heard every word you said, Joshua. In my humility, I heard you. I gave no feedback.
Hey, man, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what nobody on this phone saying. I don't. Okay? Now, I say that because it's always some come on and want to hold on.
This was a great damn show tonight. This was endless. This show was off the hook tonight, man.
Then they're pissed off. Okay? So I'm saying again, fuck these hoes. I don't give a fuck. Seriously, I don't.
In Colombia, didn't you?
Fuck all these hoes. Not one way.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. But hold on. Wasn't you the one that got on Sexy Red's channel, got on the panel, and you was the one screaming and yelling that you want to flag everybody against the passport bros?
No. What I said, that's why you say that. No, it's what I told them. I said, stop saying that these brothers out there doing what they were doing as far as, doing with underage women, ladies.
They were.
That's what I didn't
Some of them were.
That gets
Some of them were.
Hold on, Big J. Hold on. That gets them flagged. It's not me flagging them. That's have gotten them flagged. That's the problem. And I say it's okay to disagree with them dudes who traveling like that, but don't get out there and make accusations that's not true. Because that's misinformation. And you can get somebody hurt like that.
Well, Joshua, I'm going to say this right here, Joshua. Wait a minute, Joshua. I'm standing up for Joshua. Joshua, they're going to drag you into a passport bros conversation, and then it's just not going to go right for you. I'm just trying to tell you.
No, but Tyrone, AT, but that's okay, bro, because again, I can't help. It's nothing I can do. I can't help if that's what they want to talk about. Now, if they want to talk about me and my sexual prowess, then that's their problem. But my point is this, like I said, when I was on, Big J, when I was on her show, I was just kind of tell them that not to do that, because when you do that, that's wrong, and you're lying on people that you don't even know, and that's the problem. That's what I was trying to get them to understand.
Okay, but you was defending Arthur Holloman though.
No, because Arthur Holloman didn't do anything. That's the problem.
Yes, he did.
That got
yes, he did.
Proportion.
Yes, he did. Have you watched that video when he was in Brazil? Hold on. Have you watched that video when he was in Brazil?
Yes, Big J. I saw the video, Big J. He didn't do anything wrong. He just said, and he said it himself. He said, what I said is got taken out of context. He said that's what he said. And I agree with him. It got taken out of context.
Hold on for a minute. Let me let Big J explain, because Big J came on and said something about them being with younger girls. Is that what you're talking about, Big J?
No, he didn't say that. I said that.
Yeah, he said that.
Greg the Pad.
Yeah, he said I did. What I am saying, though, if you watch Austin Holliman's video, there's one video.
Yeah, I saw it, Big J. I saw the video, and what she said, and again, let me get something straight with Mr. Holliman. He's not representative of this men and child. Anyway, he's not the representative, and he's not a leader. He ain't none of that shit. Okay, I made that clear about him. But my point is that what he said this up. He said, I said that the Zoom women were easy. And he said, what I meant, and he said, in my dialogue, I meant that they were easy to kind of talk to and deal with. That's what I meant. He said, it had nothing to do with what people thought. That got blown out of context. And I really believe that he was sincere with that.
No.
He apologized. He said, I'm sorry if I offended people.
I'm tell you what.
But that's what I meant.
I'm tell you why he's not sincere. Because we talking about...
Okay, now you want to try to say the dude. The dude's not on the phone.
Hold on, Joshua. Hold on, Joshua. Let me... Okay, let me knock you out the box for you.
But hold on. Before you talk. You're arguing with the air. Okay, you're not arguing with me. You're arguing with the air because he's not here to defend his position. So arguing saying when he felt, you're incorrect. You can't see what he felt because,
let me
like
hear
you
Big
said,
J.
that's not what he felt.
Yeah,
okay, but hold on, Joshua. Nobody know what Big J is talking about. So let Big J describe what he's talking about.
See, Joshua talked about one video when he said it. I'm talking about video he did, a couple of videos he did before he said that. Because he was in Brazil once. This was how he was in Brazil, right? So he got this girl up on the couch with him, right? His love, right? If you get her body language, usually when a woman is into a man, I know it hurts. Yeah, y'all should
don't because
I'm here for the fact.
Me.
Hold on, let him get it.
Why you feel for the need though to run interference when I'm trying to talk? Thank you very much. No, wait. Why you up in your feelings, Joshua? Why you up in your feelings? Why you up in your feelings, Joshua? Now back to what I was saying. Back to what I'm saying. But back to the point. Back to this. Arthur Holliman was wearing a nothing but shorts on, right? He fights this girl up in there. This girl set to the fucking nine. Looking good as a motherfucker. Like, this girl's fine as fuck, right? Shit. So he said that he's 23 years old and some shit, and then he asked how old she is. He said that she's 31. That girl's a fucking fox. I don't know. This is some boy that's got some nice chocolate skin, all that shit, right? But anyway, back to the point. He out there asking her these. I'm sorry. You want to interrupt? Anyway, you
love white women.
So anyway, back to the point. So he's on the love seat with her, right? He out there talking to her and shit. And he's over there. He took her phone away from her, right? Put it across the table, right? And you know how language is. If a woman's into you, she leans forward to you. She leans close to you.
Let's read this at Big J.
So he out there trying to give her this punk ass interview. Instead of asking her questions, he allowed questions from the fucking chat room and shit. And she looked all uncomfortable on that fucking love seat. And she had to lean all the way across to get her phone back. Now I'm looking at this. I'm looking at how uncomfortable this woman looks, and she's over there sitting right by his ass. If you ever look, I wish some guys look at body language and notice that some women are not into your ass. Look at the body language. She thought this girl woman was into her. No, she was not. She was expecting something else. She's dressing in black a black dress on,
Nonsense.
all that. He's coming to the store.
You know what I'm saying? This nigga's rambling.
Forever.
I'm not rambling.
You really are.
Okay, well, okay. I just.
Thank you, because I don't know what the fuck you talking about. What the fuck are we talking about?
Well, no, there's a Big J said the girl was uncomfortable, but there is a power dynamic whenever these guys go over there that I don't think they recognize, because they do have money, and
passport.
you know, and
they
those,
got a passport.
Huh?
They got a passport too. So
I don't know why they think having a passport is such a big deal.
I know that's just
no big
regular.
deal.
It's not a big deal.
Over there with a couple $100, that ain't nothing.
Yeah.
I mean,
they don't have.
It ain't nothing to an American woman, Miss
with
Lady.
their $200 and a passport. Okay,
It ain't nothing to an American woman, but those people over there probably, they probably can go a little further with that money.
Obviously, they risk their lives to try to get here. So it is
Women
important.
don't give a damn. Them women don't give a damn about your passport. They give a damn about
Just
your
trying to get that passport. They want that passport.
They give a damn about your ass going to sleep. Going to sleep so they can get that damn wallet.
Get out that credit card.
And a lot of those women have passports too, bro.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Okay, a lot of them got passports, right? But a lot of them don't. And I'm saying that whenever
but Tyrone, this is what I found out. I found out in some cases for them, it's easier for them to get a passport to Europe than it is to America. I don't know why that is. I don't know whether it's cheaper or what, but they can get it. They get passport. A lot of them got passports.
Because they could go to Amsterdam and sell that ass.
Well, any citizen of a country, hold on, wait a minute. Any citizen of that country can be eligible to get a passport. So them getting a passport ain't no big deal. My point is, with them getting a passport to come to America is a big deal because that's a little harder. But my point is the power dynamic for them guys showing up over there with those women is that the women are a little vulnerable because of the money and the way these guys go over there spending money and stuff.
They get killed all the time. And they losers, really. I mean, if you really look at them, they can't get women they want here. So they get $200, and they have to go to some third world, impoverished place. Okay,
hey, Tyrone, but you know what?
And they walk around and think they're kings over there.
You know what, hey, Tyrone, but you know the problem with that is what you just said?
What's up?
It's absolutely pitiful.
Check this out. On some of these videos,
he looked like Fat Albert. Okay, I'm sorry. He took up the whole screen. We don't want you couldn't hardly breathe. We couldn't even hardly breathe.
Miss Lady just want to go there, boy. I was trying to have a civil conversation about it.
Right. And this is the point. Tyrone, this is the point. And this is why. Can I say something?
Yeah.
This is the point. This is why.
You know, 200 pounds
okay, this is my point.
Okay.
Okay, this is the point. This is why. Hold on. This is why.
Pitiful. You can
Okay, we heard you.
They got a
we heard you.
You won't even fit
we heard you. Okay, this is my point. Hey, Tyrone.
Yeah.
Hey, Tyrone. This is why if you go to YouTube, if you watch it like that,
that's why they rebel.
You go there. That's why a lot of women now they're clapping back. They're saying, "Well, first of all, I'm not empowered." That's what they're telling you. That's number one. I'm not impoverished. Number two, and so they're clapping back. And I'm not going to go into what they're saying about, but I'm saying that they're clapping back and saying, hey, people got the wrong impression about women.
Wait a minute, hold on. I want to get a clap back. So what are they clapping back saying besides that?
Can I finish?
Are the cheeks clapping back?
They don't want them to.
Oh,
they just want their little coins. That's it.
Stop, bro. New York.
Okay, but y'all gotta stop cutting them off.
Yeah, but you gotta be specific here, brother. You know that. So you.
Okay.
You
They think the women are stupid.
Okay, now hold on one second. So I'm saying this.
They couldn't get no women in their own country. Here they come with their dusty selves.
Okay. Can I finish? Hey, Tyrone, now see, I'm being nice. See, I'm trying to talk nice.
Yeah, he being nice. But go ahead.
So I'm saying that. So they're clapping back. They're giving you a piece of their mind and what they stand with all of it. You know what I'm saying? You know, so they don't really care about what other people think about them.
Dream on.
Hold on, Miss Lady. Let him get it out.
See, she's still talking, bro. And this is the problem.
Dream on. He just been lying the whole time.
No.
You gotta let him get it out, though.
Okay. So what I'm saying, you know, since you want to call me a lot, because I've been there. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So I've been there.
Been there,
So
you got
again, like I said, there's nothing empowering.
Chasing hoes.
Oh boy. Okay. Fuck it, y'all. Okay. Just keep talking. Because
we
keep talking,
man.
We have to pay for it.
Well, Yashua, what is your point you're trying to make?
P-I-M-P.
No, I'm trying to make a point. If they would shut the fuck up, but you know what? That's okay, bro. I don't have time to be talking to people. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Because they don't want to have a real
P-I-M-P.
Were you taking your socks off?
They don't want to have a real dialogue because that's their maturity. So I gotta suspect that.
Country to chase bitches, man. Come on.
Okay. Well,
that a little bit.
Whatever you think, man. I mean, like I said, you know, fuck you. I don't give a fuck what you think.
Picking up bitches, buying them batches of fruit and shit.
No, but again, OT, you again, as a married man, what the fuck do you care?
I don't.
Hold on. Yashua.
You got it on the table, nigga.
Hold on, but Yashua, here is.
One second, Big J. Again, as a married man, what the fuck do you care?
Damn, Yashua.
He's saying, I'm passport pimping.
Were you taking your
okay, so I'm saying, so what I'm saying, if you married, you shouldn't give a fuck, one way or the other. You shouldn't care.
I don't even know what that means. What does that mean?
Okay, me neither. And like I said, I don't know what it means. Hold on. It's like, I don't know what it means when another man. What about what another man do? No, a second. That's kind of weird to me. That's strange to me.
No, what's weird to me
is strange.
Going overseas.
No. It's strange to me.
That's weird to me.
No, it's strange to me. Okay? No, it shouldn't be weird to you.
That's strange to me, nigga, going all the way overseas
you married.
to get some ass.
You married, so what, again, why do you care?
And you're not married. That's
right. So what do you care?
I don't. You talking about it, nigga.
Okay.
You talking about it. You got it on the table, nigga. You got it on the table. Don't put it on the table. You got it on the table.
That's fearful when they gotta buy a round trip plane ticket and take a couple $100 to a foreign country just to get some attention from a woman. That's really
bad. Look who's talking.
You a freak.
I'm dealing with a woman on the phone who got children, divorced. They got a big ass mouth. She won't shut up, Tyrone. So I'm starting to come after.
You had to run from your country to go find a bitch.
Okay, so what I'm saying again.
That's the best he can do.
Again. What I'm saying again.
Some of them can do.
Again.
I wish y'all would let the man explain himself, what he talking about, because I really want to know. I came in late, shit.
I'm
confused. But here is the problem. But hold on. Watch this. But here is
yes,
my
I have
problem.
a passport. Yes, I do have
hold
a
on.
passport.
Hold on. But here is my problem though. My problem is you can go overseas and do whatever the fuck you want, right? That's none of my business. But here is my problem though. Y'all go online and complain about the women over here. That's my problem.
And again, that's another goddamn lie.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
No, yes, it is. No,
it's not.
A powerful thing.
No, okay. The quote. Okay. Hold on, Joshua. Then tell me the names of the people who do complain about a lot.
Tell me the names of the people. I don't know them, Big J. I don't picture that shit.
Wait a minute. Well, hold on. Time out. You over here defending people that you don't know. No, you are.
No, you asked me a question. You said, who are the people? He said, name the people who are complaining. I said, well, I don't know all those people. I don't know the people.
Then why are you defending them if you don't know? That's the point.
What I do know is this. Find me some videos. And I do the same thing on the D. Durrell show. Show me some videos. You got Traveling Wild Brothers producing this dude who travel anywhere. I'm talking about black women. None of them are doing that. None of them.
None of them are doing what? Talking about black women?
Hold on. Jay Rillo. Hold on. I'm naming names for you. Jay Rillo, Austin Holloman, that goddamn quarterback, what's his name? QB Willie. Do I need to name names? Mark Quillen? No. Hold on. I'm naming the names. I'm naming the names. You don't want me to name them names. I got the names. I got the names.
Hey, Big J,
they come on YouTube.
Joshua. He got the name. Hey, Big J.
Yeah, I got the names. You don't got the names. I'm naming the names.
Okay, this is what I'm saying.
Hey, Big J, can you give us an example of what they be talking about American black women?
They only talk about American women or the modern woman or the black woman. They always use those terminologies, right? Talking about every time I go to the DR, women come up to me and they say hi to me, and it's like that's the biggest thing that's in the world. Some woman at the airport tell them hi to her, and that's like the biggest thing. They achieve something. No.
Hold on. That's just not a black.
You're running, dude.
Okay, first of all, let's talk about modern black women. What are you talking about, Big J?
That's you know why they saying hi, though. You know why they at the airport saying hi, right?
Okay.
They at the airport saying hi.
That's like the highlight of their life.
Y'all getting the streetwalkers.
So that is not, again, like I said before, that is not something that is coming from black males. That's coming from other black women, too. That's coming from black men who supposedly saying this stuff. Again, they asked Austin Holman a question.
On the plane, they're spreading all over the cabin, okay?
They asked Austin Holman a thing about black women. He gave his opinion about black women.
Now, all over the airplane cabin, okay?
So what I'm saying, if he's giving his opinion on what he felt, that's just his opinion.
Every day, Joshua, every day.
Dude, no, let's stop.
Every video, Joshua. Every video, Joshua.
This is my point, Big J. And this is when you start being disingenuous. Like I said,
I'm not being disingenuous. Because guess what? Two shine balls.
I let you talk. Okay,
no, you kept in. Okay, go ahead, talk.
He gave his own opinion, and that's how people should take it. That's his opinion. Period. That's just his opinion, and that's it. So, just like in Joe, some people don't give a shit what Austin is saying. Some people don't. They don't give a fuck about that shit. That's his opinion.
Hey guys, can I add something? Joshua, I'm not talking about you, but Big O, you had asked Big O.C. What is him being a married man? Why does he care? What does it have to do with him? It has a lot to do with him. It has a lot to do with every black man on this phone and every black man in the United States. because they're so loud with it. It's coming off as sex tourism, and that's why that stuff got on the radar of the FBI. And it's
Thank you.
Black men.
No, it's not. It's not on the side. The thing of the FBI. It's not. And that again, that's another lie.
That is not a lie. That is not a lie.
Hold on a second. Hold on. 1 second.
Why y'all cut off? Why y'all cut off Elisa? Why did y'all cut off Elisa?
I'm sorry, Lisa. Go ahead.
What? Okay, when white men have always done this, but they wasn't loud and braggadocious about it. Black men are all on the line, loud and braggadocious about it, and it's giving black men a bad look. That's all I'm saying. So
you know what? That James Parliament got arrested. He got arrested in Brazil. I'm telling you, they had a Brazilian activist.
Lisa, let me answer that.
She is involved with all this passport mess. They said they ain't having. They're gonna put a stop to it. And there's politicians now who have been alerted to all of this. The authorities over in Brazil, and they say you are not going to trash. Can come over here trying to trash our country like you trash your own.
They didn't say that. Hey, look,
yes, they did.
Let me say this.
Yes, they did.
Let me say this.
And she was interviewed. She was interviewed. This Brazilian woman.
No.
She was livid with how he came over there like that.
Let me answer what you said. Let me answer that. This is my point. Well, first of all, Mr. Lisa, the radar. Hold on. Let me say this.
Elisa wasn't finished.
Okay, I thought you were done because we kept getting interrupted. Go ahead.
Protecting travel whores and shit.
Big OC got a right to question it. All of the men on this phone have a right to question it because, like you said, that there's something wrong with it. I'm not talking about you. But it looks bad because this is something. This is not old. This is not new. This is old. What has been going on in these third world countries? Sex tourism. And white men had their fill of it, and now black men. I'm not saying that's what they're doing. I don't know what they're doing, but it appears and it looks like sex tourism. And I just think you all are going to
Elisa,
you are not going to have the same luck with it that white men do. So every black man has a right to question the look and the loudness and the braggadocious of it. Okay, that's all.
Because it's really trashing their image. To be honest, they're trashing. Those dudes are trashing the black male image. And another thing is the white men that were going over there, they were getting online trashing their own women. Calling their own women names, and they not feminine, and they not this, and they not that. They are this group here is a whole different kind of dustiness. Okay,
that the first time that any black, especially the brothers women is traveling at the time, and now this is during the late '90s, late '90s and early 2000s. The first radar came up in a magazine by an article in Essence magazine. That was the first radar. Okay, had nothing to do with black men at the time. Okay, so in that magazine they wrote about black men going to Brazil. So those brothers at that particular time who were going to Brazil were saying, "Shit, why do people going to the men who travel? Period." And and some of those dudes were retirees. Some of them dudes who travel back and forth, different places. So their issue was like, well, why do you worry about that? Well, that's strange to us. So that was the point at that particular time. So the first radar had nothing to do with, hold on, the first radar had nothing to do with black men saying anything, period. It was the article that was written by a person in Essence magazine that actually put it out there. Okay, so it had nothing to do with what black women were saying.
Pull it out.
But at that particular time, black men wasn't saying anything about black women. Period.
Hold on.
You know what? Look, Corporal chased out of Brazil, Austin Holloman, and you'll see how
not
they
chased out of Brazil.
him
That's
out.
a lie. You keep
All right,
believing
well,
these damn lies.
listen. Two things can be true, right? The people that Yahshua is talking about can't exist. The etiquette people that that go over there and do the right thing, have more. But the people that Big J and Miss Lady talking about do exist too, Yahshua. The people that go over there and take advantage of those people,
Yeah, and Tyrone, that's not necessarily what I'm arguing either. Now,
but you keep on saying the lie, but you and Yahshua keep on saying the lie. When I told you what the names are, you don't want to name the names. I'm actually naming the names. You still try to gloss over it.
Over that. But this is my point. Tyrone, what I'm saying, I'm not saying dudes don't go over there and do what they do. Okay? But again, they're men. Fuck. Okay? I'm not saying
wait a minute now. Your response right there wasn't right.
And you know what, Tyrone? That Austin Holland was online just crying. He apologized to the people of Brazil. He said he ain't never going back to Brazil. And he better not come back. They don't want him there with his mess.
That's not a lie, Yahshua. He did apologize.
Okay? He did not get chased out of Brazil. He talked about that. Okay? So I think that we have to stop following social media because they will lie.
Hold on. But you follow niggas on social media. You're the one who follow niggas on social media. So how he said, we got to stop following people on social media, but you're the main one that does it.
Big J. No, Big J. Listen to what I'm saying, bro. Listen. I'm saying Austin Holloman did not get kicked out of Brazil. That was a lie.
He was crying and apologizing. They went after him. He's not going back. He don't even want to mention the name Brazil anymore. He don't even want to mention the word. He ain't never going back.
When he did apologize, hold on. See, you got a real deal if you just be quiet. And when he did apologize, like I said before, he apologized for the fact that his statement got taken out of context. That's what he said. He said,
can you find Austin Holloman crying online and play it clear?
Oh God! So okay, and this is my point, Miss Lady. You even like black women. Why are you commenting for? If you don't like black women, why are you commenting?
Who said she didn't like black men?
Hey, Yahshua, every time you get back into a corner, you start attacking people.
No, I'm not back into a corner. No, I'm
not like it.
That's a loser strategy.
No, I'm not back into a corner. I'm just saying.
They attack personally.
She comes on here.
They can't debate the fact. Because maybe he's been lying since he's been on his phone.
Why did she care?
The problem is Joshua. Here is the point. The problem I have is this, and I have with other black men in the manosphere, in the
DJ, don't
that's fucking shit.
No, I'm not gonna allow you. I'm not gonna allow you. Don't put me with the manosphere.
Damn. Don't do it when I'm talking.
Don't put me with the manosphere.
Don't do it when I'm talking. No, seriously, you need to be a man and you need to grow some balls. That's what the fuck you need to do.
I was in your friendly Fullerton Albertson.
I don't care if you holler, bro. I don't. But don't put me in the goddamn fucking manosphere. Seriously.
Then stop defending them then. Then stop over there trying to that's a lie. That's a lie every goddamn time. You put yourself in that box. You put yourself in that box.
Don't put me in.
Put yourself in that box.
No.
Now here is my goddamn problem. The problem is y'all make it bad. The problem is y'all are still mad. Y'all do not get over about y'all's past pain and y'all past problems. And y'all come on YouTube or social media trying to do y'all trauma bonding online. And And my anger is y'all making the guys who are coming up looking bad. Y'all, no. You wrong. I'm right. You wrong. That's the end of the story. Y'all making the people who are in the 20s and the teens look bad. You make them look bad. Because why? Because the dick is dry. Because you're a king dick. And you're moist. That's the point. That's the point. The point is, y'all making the future look bad. Y'all making the future look bad. That's the point. Y'all making the future look.
What are you angry for?
No, because y'all making the future look bad.
No. I'm talking about me.
Y'all making the future look bad. That's been my entire argument.
The future.
Yeah, with your sexual deviance.
The future got to do a bunch of mental travel.
And promote this degeneracy to the younger people who are listening to this all on social media.
Right, exactly. Guys talk. All they got to talk about is pussy, women, pussy. You see.
Okay, now hold on. That sound real dumb because.
No, it ain't sounding dumb. I've been watching them niggas forever.
I think as a man, I better talk about pussy. I ain't gonna talk about no dick.
They put their own selves on the radar to those countries. They put their
but Mr. Lisa, I don't think that they put themselves on the radar. I told you they got on the radar when the article came out. That's what happened. Because there was one restoration.
No. I'm talking about now. You have so many channels of these people bragging about it. They put their own selves on the radar. If that's what you were
okay, that's okay. Say they did. Okay, they did it.
Shut your mouth and go do it. This isn't how you
okay.
do things
So
like because people say sex tourism, and let's say it's not that, but the way how they're carrying on. Why are you bragging and why are you doing all of this? Like, man, look what we're doing. You're exposing yourself and you're bringing.
Hold on, y'all, because Lisa's making a good point, right? Let's say these guys do got passports and they go to these countries and do whatever, right? That's fine. A person got every right to go do that, but it takes it to another level once you take your cell phone out and start bragging about it and posting all these little things on social media. You putting your own self out there. So if you're going over there privately and doing your thing and all that kind of stuff, then probably nobody ain't gonna say nothing to those guys. But these guys that's coming out here bragging and shit and trying to justify it, then they opening themselves up. That's why Big J and Miss Lady and they got opinions because these guys are putting themselves out there.
Right. So
about the Essence article. Let me tell you about the Essence article. I remember when that article came out. My mom is a licensed. She's retired now, but a licensed travel agent. And she used to say the groups of black men, that was right around when that article came out, that used to come in droves, booking trips. They used to want to go to Brazil, Taiwan, and different places like that. And they would just sit and talk about it in her office, droves of them going over there and talking about how they were putting their money together, rent villas and get the women and this and that. They were making a mess out of it then, and now that social media social media was just beginning, but now that social media is what it is, they got extra louder and louder and louder and louder and louder about it. White men never did that. They just went and did their thing.
Right, but I'm saying, but Mr. Lisa, this is the point. It wouldn't have mattered if particularly black men, if they went over there and did their thing quietly, because that's what they were doing. We put out, article even came out. That's what they were doing before the article came out.
Oh, my God.
So what I'm saying, it wouldn't have mattered if they did the quality or not. I think regardless, it still would have got. People still would have criticized it and said, "Why y'all go over there and this and this?" And then so I don't think it would have mattered. Period.
Yasha, can I ask you a question, Yasha?
Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question, for real. Some real shit. If you are different than these guys and you don't hold the same views, which you probably don't, why do you defend these damn dudes for the last?
Right. That's what I'm saying.
I don't understand.
This is my point. And how that's a good question. And I'm not trying to say defend them. Okay, I'm not defending them in a sense, but what I'm going to defend is the integrity of the fact that as a man, whether you disagree with him or not, he has the right to travel. Okay,
that's not the argument.
And hold on,
that's not the argument.
And hold on. And if he feels that he wants to document his shit and talk about it,
is on him. Right?
Unfortunately, I can't stop him from doing that.
It's on him.
No,
so
we're not talking about everybody want to travel, and you can do whatever the fuck you want when you travel. Like Sister Elisa said, it is like what Tyrone and Lisa was saying. It's the putting down black women, and while you're doing that, putting one woman over another set of women, one set over another set. And that is the thing I think that most people have issues with. You don't do that, but you're defending these dudes that do.
You know, they're going to compare. They're going to put an impoverished third world woman over these black women in this country that have birthed them, raised them,
that's not the majority
of work, home. That's what they're going to do.
That's not the majority of the guys that are going over there. They're not doing that.
They look absolutely silly.
Okay, so I'm saying that's the point.
Okay, y'all.
They're not doing that, Howard. The majority of
I can believe that the majority of the men, y'all the men don't get on YouTube and put down black women.
I think the dude
I can believe that.
Howard, check out Amiri Brown. Check out channel Amiri Brown. He has a recent clip of this passport bro with his messed up face. Okay, talking about talking bad about black women, and he going over there wherever he going. You should see them. They got sleep in their eyes. They got unattractive. You know, they very dusty looking.
That's the point, Howard. You got those guys out there who's doing what they're doing because they're reacting to the criticism. So hold on, because they're reacting to the criticism coming from black women. Now,
so go to wherever they go, and then they run out of money, and they're on social media crying and begging people to help buy them an airplane ticket back.
Okay, this is the point. Let me say this. Howard, my point is this. Like I said before, you had guys going to these places way before this thing called Passport Bros even came out. Okay? You had dudes going way before that. So them dudes wouldn't comment on nothing about this stuff. Matter of fact, you can't get most of those guys who were going at that time, you can't get them to comment on shit like this.
Right, I understand that, but I'm saying it might not be the majority of all the black men that go, but the loudest voice in the damn room is those dudes on YouTube or whatever the fuck they on, putting that message. They're the loudest voice in the room, and if you align yourself with them and you spend an hour fucking defending them, I don't know why. If that's not the majority, you're not into that shit.
And I'm sorry if you feel that I'm defending them. Okay, I mean, if you think like that, I can't take that back. Okay, but what I'm going to say that again. I watch a lot of these YouTube things about these dudes, and I'm looking like you ain't in mind. Okay, I'm looking at some of the women who are they're on there complaining too, and I'm saying, but you're lying in some cases about these guys. So if you were telling some truth, then I wouldn't probably have much to say. But if you're lying,
let me say this.
Okay, hold on. When you say they lying, Yasha, when you say they lying, that's pretty specific. So, like, did Miss Lady or Big J lie tonight?
Yeah, some of the things that they said, yes, they were lying.
What was
okay, especially when she said Mr. Holman got kicked out of Brazil. He didn't get kicked out of Brazil. He said that. He said, this is what he said. He said, no, I left until things had cooled over because people had taken what I said out of context. That's what he said. Now some people told him he shouldn't have left.
He left because people took things out of context. Could that be interpreted as being kicked out?
You know what, Howard? Just do your own research. Just do your own research.
Hold on a second.
You can find it on YouTube. You can see him crying and sweating, and how he had been picked up, I think, by the Pope over there, and he was scared to death. And he said he doesn't even want to mention the name Brazil again.
Let me ask a question. Gigi, are you there? Gigi?
Hold on, Jay. I want Yasha to identify where I lied at.
No, I'm calling you a liar, Big J, because the position that you're taking is really like, really, Big J? This motherfucker like this. You talking about a motherfucker who was titanically hardcore? You got shit to say to me, period.
Tell me where I lied at, Joshua.
Okay, no, it's what I'm saying that you like. No, because you're the one that was saying Arthur Goldman did this to these women, and he point blank came out and defended what he had did and said, and he said it got taken out of context. You gotta remember.
I'm not talking about that video. See, hold on. You lied right there. Because I'm not talking about that video. I'm talking about a previous video he did 2 days before that.
Now you want me to finish. My point is this. What he said in this video again, he said, look, the dude was 23 years old, so going to Brazil probably blew his fucking mind. So he's over there like a kid. Like, damn. You know, so he was saying things, and like he said things that was taken out of context. And he said he couldn't take it back. Once it was done, it was out.
I've seen that happen in the military where guys go to places they're young and they do get their mind blown. Right. They do. They fuck up. So they lose their shit.
And like I said, I could say, I like the fact as a young black man that he was able to get a passport and go see the world. I was like, damn, you know, because I just started seeing the world till I was in my 40s. See, he's doing it already. You see,
Joshua, hold on. I need to get to the bottom of this. Hold on. I need to get to the bottom of this shit. Joshua, you lied about the perspective where I was coming from. Because I'm talking about a video, because you keep cutting me off, because I really was referring to a video you did. No, yes, the fuck you did. Because the goddamn it, nigga, I was referring to a video where he was sitting with a woman wearing a black mini dress. And the body language when he was doing with her was actually creepy as fuck. That video was creepy. What he was doing to her, that conversation with her, that was creepy.
Why was it creepy, Big J?
Reaching over her, rubbing her legs, she wasn't running back on him. He was doing all the touching, she wasn't.
Big J, you're not making sense, bro.
Hold on. Have a woman, if you touch a woman and she ain't rubbing you back,
Big J,
answer my goddamn question. If a woman ain't running back on you, then there's something wrong.
No, it's not.
If a woman ain't touching, if you the only one doing the touching and she ain't doing no touching back, then there's something wrong.
Big J,
then there's something wrong with that. There's something wrong with that, huh? Yeah, yes, it is. There is something wrong with that. There is something wrong with that. It's called body language. Body language. Body language. Body language. Body language. Look at the term. Body language. You got no point because you been a cocksucker for them niggas over there. You been a cocksucker for them niggas over there, Joshua, and that's what the fuck you are doing. Because every time I try to talk, you want to talk. Every time I try to talk, you want to talk. No, Big J, nothing. Big J's right. That's what you should be saying. Big J is right. That's what you should be saying. No, I'm right. Because guess what? I got the links. I got the links to the video. I can give Tyrone Thompson. Hey, Tyrone, I'm going to email you all the links of what Officer Holliman was doing. No, you ain't shit. No, you damn right ain't shit.
When the camera got turned off. The
Parliament dude was posting all over social media. He met a civilian young woman, and within a couple of minutes of meeting her, he asked, "Do I have to spend a lot of money on you to get you to come eat with me?"
Do you know what happened when the camera got turned off? Big J, do you know when the camera got turned off?
Where's Gigi at? Because Gigi could put up a stop
I'm putting some links in the chat room. I'm putting some links in the chat room to back up what I got to say. No, nigga. I'm going to back up what I said. I'm going to back up what I said. I ain't backing off. I'm going to back up what I said. Because, no, I ain't sounding dumb. You sound dumb. Let me tell you something, nigga. You always somebody's sidekick. You always sidekick. You always somebody's Robin to somebody else's Batman all the time. When are you gonna stand on 2 feet by yourself? Wait. When are you are a man in your 50s? I never heard you have balls between your legs.
Big J.
The way you talk, you act like you got the balls between your legs. You always backing somebody else up, yet though you never back your own self up. No, you never stand on your own damn 2 feet, Joshua. You never stand on your own 2 feet. You're the type of nigga that always look up to somebody. You always somebody that look up to somebody else. When are you going to stand on your own 2 feet? When are you going to stand on your own 2 feet, Joshua? When are you going to stand up on your own 2 feet, Joshua? Explain that.
Big J, what? I'll ask you another question. Do you know when that camera got turned off, do you know what she might have did? Do you know that shyness that she was showing? That shit went out the window.
Well, what the fuck you talking about?
You don't know that, Joshua. You don't know that. She could have left.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. He doesn't know it either. He only going by.
But you don't know body language. I'm saying. You don't know body language.
When that camera got turned off.
You don't know body language.
When that camera got turned off, he don't know what her reaction was towards him. He don't know.
You don't know body language.
They do their own research and
Hey, Lisa, you know what? No, this should be a man versus man conversation. You know, this should be a man versus man conversation at this point. Because I'm tired of people trying, you know, I'm sorry to say, but every time when you come on, you always fuck the conversation up because like you bring your anti-man bullshit into this, and you're not really helping. But back to you.
That's Miss Lady, not Elisa.
I'm sorry. No, Lisa, Miss Lady. Yeah, Miss Lady. I'm sorry. I got the name. Every time when Miss Lady comes on the line, she does that anti-man bullshit. You know, it fucks the move where I'm trying to go at. You know, it's like every argument you do, you pour water on the grease fire, expecting the fire to go out. Stop pouring water on the grease fire.
What are you doing a good job?
I'm trying to get to the bottom of something. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this shit.
Nothing with me, bro.
No. Hold on. How can you sit there and say what you said though? I know, but Officer Holliman lives in the same state I do. That nigga watched porn at 6 years old.
I don't even know the dude.
Hold on. No, I ain't stop. Stop what? Your homeboy watched porn when he was 6 years old. Your boy watched porn at 6 years old when he was cutting the hair outside of Dallas. No, when he was cutting the hair in Dallas. No, nigga. When he was cutting the hair in Dallas, he listened.
Shut the fuck up. You
shut the fuck up. At least, nigga, I don't follow niggas. I don't follow niggas. I don't need a fucking team. I don't like you, Joshua. You follow every goddamn body. You went from one movement to another movement to another movement. I don't need no fucking team. You do.
Women, or white women, Jay.
Well, you know, Gigi just made up a good point. Is these women that whenever they go over there, are they black women? I know they got the Asian descent and the whatever, but are they black or? Because
the mix. It's like no. Tyrone. They are a mixed group. That's a rustic group.
You're lying again.
I'm lying about what? I'm lying about what?
Who's been there? Okay, take us to the one who's been there. Okay, this is my point, Tyrone. That was a good question, Tyrone.
We ain't talking about you, nigga. We talking about them. See, you see that? You're reading Rainbow, have an ass. Tyrone specifically asked, what about those? What type of guys that they have done? Not what you have done. What they have done. Not you, Joshua.
Okay.
See, you're reading Rainbow. You can't comprehend.
Hey, Tyrone.
Can't comprehend what he said.
You asked a question, right? So my point is this.
I forgot.
There's some dudes over there that's messing with black women from Brazil, and there's dudes over there that's messing with the other women as well.
Tyrone,
that's what they
question? I forgot the question.
Well, I was asking if there were black women that they was going over there to see, but I found this dude Austin Holloman's page. This is like an Asian woman. Is this Asian woman?
Yeah, that's in Thailand, I think.
Oh, that nigga going to Thailand?
Oh, Thailand.
He went to Thailand.
You know what? He's third world shopping for impoverished women. Okay.
There you go again. $3 dresses. A woman doesn't like black men. She on the fucking phone. Shut the fuck up.
No, but hold on. If they're going, if they're saying that black women ain't no good in America,
you've been running your stuttering ass all night lying.
If they say they're going over there because
Tyrone. She went there, see?
Hey,
Tyrone, she went there.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I cuss the whole out,
okay, hold on. I'm on YouTube. That's why y'all talking. If y'all want me to shut down YouTube, y'all can cuss each other out all night long. But as long as we're on YouTube, y'all can talk.
He don't sound like a 50-year-old man at all.
Can I say something, Ty?
Go ahead, Howard.
If he's making videos about going to Thailand, Thailand is the number one thing is prostitution. It's legal over there.
And underage.
Everything. If he's going over there and making videos and got a little woman sitting up next to him, yeah, I
ain't saying nothing bad about this guy, but he's got to be.
You're right too, Howard.
No, listen, hold on. I'm gonna put it on the screen for you guys.
I know I'm right. I've been to Thailand 5 times. I know.
Right, but I'm saying,
hold on, goddammit. Let me say this right here. Howard is probably right because these ladies, I ain't saying that they escorts or whatever, but he got like a different one in every video. So somehow or another.
Yeah.
That's been to Thailand. They told me all about how you can go into those buildings and they got the young women all behind the windows and you can point and say, I want that one, I want this one, I want that one. And you can have a whole orgy for days with those girls, okay?
This is what I would say, Tyrone. And this is what I say, Tyrone.
I don't have
an issue
with what he's doing, but if he's putting down...
Hold on. Joshua said something about a movement. What were you saying? Like, it's a movement, Joshua?
No, I said it's the illusion.
Illusion.
You see, it's the illusion. It's the illusion. They, whether we like it or not, they give these guys the girlfriend experience.
Well, okay, so now you lost me. What do you mean that it's an illusion?
It's an illusion. They give the illusion, like I said before, they're giving them the girlfriend experience.
They're giving they're giving us an illusion that they got a girlfriend. What?
No, they're giving the guys the girlfriend experience.
A span? What's that?
You understand that, Tyrone?
What? You said experience, Tyrone.
Experience.
$2 hoes.
They're acting like they're the girlfriend.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Hold on.
Y'all trying to fuck bitches that don't speak English.
Wait a minute. Hold on. So you said it's an illusion because they're giving the girl an experience?
No, gosh, shit, Tyrone.
No,
they're giving the guy the girlfriend experience, Tyrone.
Let me just say, the girl is, you pay the girl and she acts like she's your girlfriend. There you go, Tyrone. That's what he's talking about.
So that what Howard just said is the illusion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
no,
why?
that's what I'm saying. That's the illusion.
What the fuck is that?
Now, Tyrone. Now, hold that thought. Now, that's for in the case maybe for Mr. Holman that's doing that. Now, you might find a guy that's going over there. He might have a legit girlfriend over there that he goes back and see.
Okay, so why would he want to put on this illusion?
That's a good question. Now, that was something you had to ask somebody. I can't speak for him.
He can't get a girlfriend in the United States. In none of the 50 states can he get a girlfriend.
I don't think that Mr. Holman...
Miss Lady, check it out, Miss Lady.
I don't think that Mr. Holman
would do it in the United States, but he probably can't afford to do it. Yeah. He can't afford to do it in the United States.
Okay, listen what I'm saying.
I'm saying, but you're confessing.
Thailand, you can get them hoes with them $5 dresses and shit.
Hold on, Yashua. Let me say this right here, Yashua. Yashua, you confessing that and admit that this is an illusion. That should tell you that there's something wrong, right?
Right, yeah, but Tyrone, but I don't think that Mr. Holman has an issue with getting women here in the States. I don't think
he said that. He said he had a problem getting women in America. What are you talking about? He said that. No, you shut up.
I don't think
you're the one who said it. Lying again. You calling me? I'm lying. No, he said it himself.
You shut the fuck up.
Hey, Ty.
Let me finish.
You have those places like Thailand in the United States. You got the what do they call it? The Bunny Ranch or the
Reno, Nevada. Reno, Nevada, where's the Bunny Ranch at? Yes, I'm about to play a trip.
I guarantee you. Can I finish? Can I?
No, you cut me off, bro. That's why. I guarantee you. I was trying to talk.
Good, you Bogarting the mic,
let me make my point. I guarantee you that not one man on this phone, they were single or still single now, has been to any one of those damn places. And I guarantee you they ain't cheap. And you can go to Thailand or Brazil or Colombia, have those same experiences for probably a quarter of the cost.
Subway sandwich.
Right. There
so that's what's going on.
So it's
an American dollar.
Go ahead, Howard.
So that's what's going on. I don't have them dudes can do what the hell they want to do. I don't have a problem with that. I'm like what Big J said. And I forgot Sister Elisa is that when you put down another set of women and put up these other women saying they treat you better, that's what I think everyone has more of an issue with. I'm done.
For that illusion.
Right, but Howard, bro.
How dare they put down the black women from this country that birthed them and took care of them?
But Howard,
raised them for them to get up there and act a fool.
But Howard, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Hasn't black women did the same thing?
Have black women did the same thing?
Doing that.
Other men?
They look it's a bad look for the African American man. What these men are doing.
I don't
he keeps running his mouth. He doesn't want anybody else to talk to him.
You, Howard. Hasn't black women
want anybody else to keep interrupting. He doesn't want the truth to be told. He's doing that, running his mouth, running over people. He won't shut up. He won't take a breath and shut up and let somebody else talk.
I don't give a fuck what you think.
He doesn't want the truth to be told.
Again, Howard.
That's all it is. He doesn't want the truth to be told. And the bottom line, you're right, Howard. They can't afford the women here. So they get their $300-$400 round trip ticket to the Dominican Republic. Okay, and they get their $25-$30 a month motel. A night motel. Okay, but like there was one dude he missed his plane back. And he had to spend $100 to get another plane. He didn't even have $100 to get back, and he was crying and begging people.
Oh wow! You sound like you're doing right now.
You're talking back to America? Damn!
Hold on. Miss Lady's not lying because there is another guy. there is a guy named Jay Rillo.
Let me say something, Big J. Howard.
Yeah, his name was Jay Rillo. He didn't have no shame. He was calling the prostitute. She wouldn't deal with that. Answer the phone. She wouldn't answer the phone. And he's trying begging people all on social media to cash after him some money. He didn't even have $100 to get back to the United States.
What you saying? Who cares? What you saying, Miss Lady?
I need to come back to the U.S. I spend all my money on whores.
They spent $400 there. And he was bragging and showing off and acting a fool and laughing and grinning and didn't even have $100 to get back.
It was
JYC, the shit was embarrassing, dude. The guy got a $600. Hold on, Jay. The guy had a $600 tax refund, right? The nigga got on Sprint.
$600 tax refund. He gonna make a lot of money.
Yeah, $600 tax refund. Use that motherfucking money. No. Hear me out.
Let me say this. It's obvious that must be a lie because it's obvious. This guy's been out the country. He was out the country for damn almost 4 months.
You see how he doesn't want you to talk
Exactly.
You don't want he's interrupting you. He's been going all night.
No, the nigga got to Jay Rillo. Listen, the nigga Jay Rillo got on a plane. He went to the DR, he's out.
I don't give a fuck about those dudes. Again, Howard, I'm trying
that shit was hilarious.
Howard don't answer my question.
Can I get in there?
I can't hear you.
I done said the question about 9 times, bro.
Right now.
I can't hear your question, man. They keep talking. I can't hear your question.
I said, don't black women do the same thing. They compare us to other men, don't they?
They're not online begging for $100 to get back to the country and all on social media, strangers and all. Okay, but Big J needs to tell a story because it's hilarious. It's sad. It's sad to be honest.
Tyrone, come get your hoe, bro.
Shame. It's
okay. Don't do that. Guys.
$100?
Wait,
Q&A session has started.
Listen. I know y'all getting passionate, but don't do the name calling, man. I'm on YouTube. I told y'all I just came off another strike. You start calling each other names, that's just not good. And Big J, I'm playing your video online. I guess what you were talking about, this dude rubbing on this girl. Let me see. So anyway, I'm over your lines. Try not to call names, guys, please.
Q&A session is over. All participants are unmuted.
Bro, get back. Elbows everywhere.
Hey, Howard. Howard, you want to answer my question, bro?
Hold on. He got to look. Let Andy up in here. He's gonna say something.
I haven't even. I think there are some black women.
Fuck it, Howard. Don't worry about it, bro. Don't worry about it, bro.
I think there are some black women that do complain about black men. I think, but that's been going on probably since the beginning of the time. People complain about each other and everything. I don't think it should be a total blanket statement when they're. I see it both ways. I don't think women should make a blanket statement about black men and compare them to other set of men, and I don't think that men should make a blanket statement and compare black women to another set of women.
Okay,
especially when you're paying.
So what you're saying, right? So again, then that's my point. They compare us to other men all the time.
Right, so look at this. How about this? Before Andy comes in, look, is there a survey? No.
Hold on, Jay. Right. Hold on, Jay. But no, there's a difference.
I'm sorry, Jay. Real quick. Women to prostitutes, foreign prostitutes.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. There's the difference. There's a difference. You
hold on, wait a minute. No, ain't no difference, Howard. Ain't no difference.
Not you. I didn't say you.
You don't even got to defend it. I just want to ask.
No, but my point. This is my point.
Don't even defend it. Whether it is what it is.
That's not my point, bro. I'm not defending it. What is your point? Be quiet, Jay New York. My point is this: we act like these women walk around here in American virgins, bro. They not. They're not.
Okay, is that your point? Is that your point? All right, so is that the point? Is that the point?
Shit.
All right.
Look, Joshua, hold on. You got me confused, Joshua. What did you say?
Well, look. Yeah, finish what you gotta say, bro.
I wish I was gonna be quick, but I would have been out of there.
Hey, look, and this is hold on, Annie. This is a question you can answer after Anthony, but I want to throw it out there. Is there a survey that we can look at that shows how many men go out of the country looking for women, whether it be prostitutes or wives, versus women? How do we have a large population of Black American women that are going out to foreign countries looking for men, for whether it's for leisure, for the night, or for marriage?
Yes, we do.
Is it as much as men?
Matter of fact, they were doing it before that.
No, I'm not saying before that. I'm asking the population for another time. That's for another time.
They ain't got no camera. They ain't got no camera in front of their face.
Regardless. The point is,
who I got to pay to get up in here, bro? Tyrone.
But let me say this. Hey, guys, y'all hold on. Let Anthony go, man. Go ahead, Anthony.
I just wanted to make Miss Lady aware. Maybe Big J can back me up. That Amiri Brown guy, he's not a Black woman empowerment guy. Like he rebranded his shit, and I think he's pandering. Like, so you really need to go back like early on when he was actually shitting on Black women. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Big J. But
Amiri Brown's a panderer anyway. He panders, but the thing is,
what was he on early on though?
That whole, hang around with Cynthia G and shit and all that other shit. He's just a panderer. It was something he said that was so stupid. I was like, nigga, I don't want my Black daughters to date Black men.
But
that's crazy. Yeah, but he said that dumb shit and then said, I forbid my sons to date white women. I'm like, dude, how's that supposed to work out? That's the dumbest thing I ever heard of.
Let me ask you a question,
I'm not coming at you. I was just trying to make you aware of Miss Lady.
Let me ask you a question, Anthony. Is there a section on YouTube that has Black women traveling to another country and paying men for their time, and then they come on and talk about it on YouTube? Does that exist?
Not that I know of. No,
it's not. It's probably like one or two, but nobody noticed on them people. Probably one or two.
Oh yeah, we said one or two.
Compared to how many Black men, like
right? Compared to how many niggas? Well, I mean, it's like a drop in the bucket. It's a drop in the bucket.
Niggas out of control, Jay. You say they out of control. They don't win.
Yeah, they are. And I keep on saying this, and I keep on saying this. Hold on, and I keep on saying this. You can travel, Joshua, but the problem is when you get in front of the camera and you're saying all these women are American women ain't shit, and modern woman ain't shit.
Joshua is not doing.
No, I know that.
That was my point. That was my point. These guys can go wherever they want to go and do whatever they want to do. But whenever they get on social media, it's a whole nother thing.
They kind of use it. They kind of use it like the LBGT community use they shit. Like I'm not homophobic. I just don't think that shit is right. Like I'm not dick policing and just don't come back here comparing.
You don't think what is right
to Black women?
Well, it might not be morally. You don't think it might not be morally?
When I call out, what I'm calling out, I'm not trying to dick police you, bro. It's just when y'all come back to the States. Y'all are comparing Black American women to those women over there that you're
right. Like you Anthony, let me ask you a question.
Right,
Anthony. Let me ask you a question.
I agree with that. I agree.
Yeah, and let me ask you a question.
A week in a lifetime is totally different too.
Let me ask you a question, Anthony. Do Black women compare us to other men?
I think I think yeah, but I think it's more of a response, bro, due to all of this shit.
No, it's not. No. They've been doing it before that. Before there was a passport, bro. They was already doing that shit.
There's
Come on,
a lot of prior to the Cynthia G's and all of that, bro, there were niggas
more about
dogging, dragging black women up and down here.
Hold on, Joshua. You. This is the second time you asked that question about black women doing it to men. What is your point that you're trying to make?
But Tyrone, I gotta ask that question.
I like Joshua, but you sound like one of them niggas we've been banging on since what? How long, Big J? Like 2013?
Yeah, 2013, 2007. The Willie Pete days. It kind of remind me when Sergeant Willie Pete got on video and that white girl was sucking his dick, and he was trash talking black man at the same time as the white girl was giving him fellatio.
Literally?
Yes. It happened. And that's what I'm saying. If you're doing this shit, you know, why are you putting this shit online? If you're doing this shit, nobody cares. Yeah. But then when you try to put it in other people's faces, you're making your position better. You're making it worse. And that's what I'm trying to get you to understand that.
The scenario, and I gave you the ordinance on how this got to social media, and it didn't start just with black men. I told you.
Hold on, Joshua. You keep doing that, saying that women do it too, but that's not a valid argument, man.
No, that is about argument, Tyrone. That is about. They compare all the time.
The reason that it's not a valid argument.
He's saying that women.
Hold on, let me say this right here. The reason it's not a valid argument is we're talking about either your behavior, not your behavior, but the behavior of men. And you're saying the reason that men act that way is because a woman do something. That's why it don't belong in this conversation.
No, I didn't say it that way, Tyrone. No, that's not what I said. I said from the start. I'm saying.
I remember when I first got on the line and Tyrone said, they trying to get you in this conversation. It ain't gonna end well. Here we are, 2 hours later.
Your comments, Howard, Tyrone's comments, that famous lady comments. These comments don't hurt me. Period.
No,
they don't.
Nobody at all. I can't tell. I'm not disrespecting.
I can't tell, brother.
Okay.
You're not a passport, bro. Right? You're not a passport, bro. You're not a member.
He may not be, but he could be though. He would be
eligible. No, he's Joshua is not. He doesn't come from the same mind frame that those dudes are coming from. So I don't think he comes from a different mind frame. But I don't understand why he blocks for them niggas.
Niggas don't be
yeah, exactly. I'm just trying to figure that out. Why you blocking me if you're not one of them? Why are you blocking them so hard?
All right, well listen,
why are you blocking them?
Listen, YouTube, I'm getting ready to shut YouTube down. So if y'all want to call in, the number is 717-908-1834. It's in the description box. Y'all can call in.
And by the way, Big OC, I was in your friendly Fullerton Albertsons the other day.
I want to jump back in because I don't want to go on real quick.